Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Let me fix the filter on my microphone before we get started. Literally half a second before I started, the fan spun up, so I'm going to redo the audio. 1 second. There we go. That should be a little bit better. It's been a bit since I have seen you all, because normally I stream on Fridays, but last Friday... Last Friday, this 3 days ago, Tristan streamed instead of me, and he had a lot of fun, and it seemed like a lot of you had a lot of fun. We've been getting a lot of requests of when Tristan will stream again, and the answer is sometime. That will definitely happen. It was popular. He enjoyed it. You all seem to enjoy it. So that is all pretty cool stuff. One time I know he's going to stream is he's going to stream for his birthday somewhere around there. So I'll remind you, if you are interested in getting in puzzles for Tristan's birthday is December 27th. So that is one of the things that you can sort of be submitting puzzles for. But I think there's actually 3 different things that you can be submitting puzzles for, because not long after Tristan's birthday is my birthday. So if you want to submit something for my birthday, that is January 5th. And if you want to submit something for the Fog of War setting competition, and I should remind you, by the way, there is a Fog of War setting challenge that is also available. I think Tristan is working on a write-up about how to do that if you aren't sure how to sort of set a Fog of War thing. But there is a setting challenge to make a Fog of War puzzle, and I've seen little bits and pieces of some of the things people are working on for that, and I am excited about that. So we will see. We'll see how that goes. Alrighty. Do we have any other announcements, Tristan? I don't think so, but Tristan will pipe in if there is some other announcement. But today's puzzle that was voted on by the supporters is this vault construction by the Cogito. Well, when we get to 2,000 subs, there'll be a 2K stream. But if you looked at 2 streams ago, we were at 1,920 subs, and now we're at 1,910 subs. So if you use linear extrapolation, then we were in fact at 2,000 subs 10 streams ago, but we'll never get back there. So we shall see exactly how that ends up working. Alrighty, but yeah, but when we do get to 2K subs, there will be a 2K sub celebration. But I'm hoping we have not yet hit market saturation at 2K subs, but we might have to stretch a bit to get some new folks. Speaking of getting in new folks, you should definitely take a second to like the stream, because that's probably the best thing you can do to help us get new folks in. So if you take a second to like the stream, that will help YouTube let people know that this is a stream worth watching. And yes, people are correctly pointing out that somehow this row is not labeled as row. What if I refresh? Will that fix it? I doubt it, but maybe. Huh. No idea. Someone should tell Sven. That's super strange. Alrighty. Should I just turn row numbering off? Because I don't think, and I think it's going to be even more confusing if I have it on, but then we refer to it. Let's see. Show row column. Okay, we're just going to turn it off so that we don't confuse the Zeta even more. So anyway, so this was voted on by the supporters, because I always start with a puzzle that's voted for by the people who support on YouTube or Patreon or whatever. And so the people who voted for this puzzle are Woofer, Ambrose, Josh, David, Russ, Jay, Eric, and David. Thank you so much for your support. It means a lot that so many of you support the stream. And I hope to all of you that you enjoy the solve of this puzzle that you voted for. I will dedicate it to you. Let's see, Eric suggests that if I turn it back on, maybe it'll work, which I'm pessimistic, but there's no reason not to try. Could be great. Now I just need to find it. There we go. Sadly, turning it back off and on again did not help. Alrighty, so, oh well, so we have to just deal with it. Yeah, something about this puzzle, who knows? I mean, I'd actually really like to know how to deliberately do that, because it seems like it would be cool, but oh well, what are you going to do? So we have normal chaos construction rules apply here. So that means we're going to put the digits 1 through 9 in every row and column and region. But the regions need to be discovered. So, for example, they're always 9 cells and are orthogonally connected. So something like this could be my 9-cell region. That's possible. These pink things are vaults, which I believe are a Quinlux construction. I could be wrong. Someone in chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Quinlux is the one who came up with vaults. Vaults confuse me, but we'll do our best. The thing about vaults is you can repeat as many digits in a vault as you want, but no digit that's inside a vault can appear orthogonally adjacent to the vault. So, for example, if I put a 4 anywhere in this vault, then that digit now can't be a 4. So every digit in the vault sees the entire boundary of the vault. Note that digit does not see one. And then this last row is this last rule is what I think is going to give us the digit that Jim sees, which is that the largest digit in any vault is equal to the number of distinct regions passing through that vault. So I believe that these digits both are 1s. Because there can only be one region passing through these, and so this is the largest digit in that, so that must be 1. And I think we're also going to get a bunch more digits down here, but we'll go ahead and do the dance. Can you think of a bet cell, someone? And we can do the little one dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Let's see, we have a row 2, column 4, and row 1, column 5. We'll go with that. So now these digits can only be a 1, 2, 3 triple. Oh, wait, no, that's not true. But these digits can be at most 3. So they're not a 1, 2, 3 triple. But they can only be from 1, 2, 3. And likewise, these can only be from 1, 2, 3, 4. But I have to keep repeating to myself that digits can repeat within volts. And then these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because, again, 5 is the maximum number of regions that this could pass through. These can only be a 1, 2 pair. But the point is I get a digit because this is a 2, 3, 4 triple. So this does have to be a 5. Meaning that these are, in fact, all in different regions. So we can go ahead and draw in our region boundaries. Because the largest digit in this vault is a 5. And there definitely is a 4 in here. Because this is a 2, 3, 4 triple, which means that I also get these region boundaries. Also, there's a 2 in here, so I get these region boundaries. This isn't a 1 or a 2 over down here. Let's see. Do we know anything else yet out of all of that? These numbers are seemingly at most 13, so I could pencil mark these 1 through 13. That might be helpful to do at some point. Let's see. So whatever this is, it's the same as that. I think I probably... How is this even possible? Oh, this is going to have... Okay, so I think we actually do have to color these. I would normally not do this, but I think we actually are going to get some geometry out of this, because the fact that these are all different... It's not just that these are all... There's divisions. It's that all of these all of these are actually legitimately different regions. So, for example, this blue, it certainly needs to get out here because it can't finish in here. But the yellow now has to get out here, but the yellow has to keep getting out. So that's yellow. And I know that yellow has to keep getting out some more because, it's at most 7 cells now. So it's got to go there and it's got to go there. It has no choice. And yellow, again, can't go here because I know that this has 4 different regions in it. Now the blue has a similar story. The blue is at most 6 cells if it doesn't go here, so that's a 7th. Now the green has to get out. The purple has to get out, and the red has to get out. The red, again, is nowhere close to done, so the red needs to take that cell. The purple can't be close to done, so the purple needs to take that cell. Again, now that sort of bounces back pencil puzzle-wise, which is the red has to keep going over here in order to sort of make it to there, and then maybe we don't know. This region, I don't know what it is, but I know it's not blue. So the thing I can do is do my usual sort of like pen tool thing of these two are in the same region, and that region is not blue. So this was Josh's point. Blue can't go up, so blue actually has to come here, which then forces green to come there, which then forces purple to go here, which then forces red, 1, 2, 3, 4. Which then forces red to go there. So we've got all of that going on. And I can draw a boundary here because I know that this isn't yellow. Just as a reminder that I know it's not yellow. I feel like I'm going to need to learn that there are not... that this can't possibly be 3 different digits, but I don't think I know it yet. Or that this can't be 3 regions yet. Sorry, I think I'm going to need to prove that this can't be 3 regions, but I don't think I know it yet. Is what I was trying to say. Let's see. So by the vault rules, I know that none of these cells are 1. Okay, Eric is suggesting that I prove that these 2 cells are not any of the colors I already have. Do I really know for sure? Yeah, if... Let's see, is it really impossible that one of these is green? This is going to be an annoying thing to prove. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. I think it's too many, but it's one of those obnoxious things to prove. Oh, no, it doesn't have to go that many. It could do that, but I think that's still too many. Because this could be blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I don't think this could be green. And that's the only thing it could plausibly be. If it can't be green, it certainly can't be purple or red. So I think I'm inclined to agree with 2 to 10th, although it would not surprise me if I was wrong, that I don't think this can be a color we already have, and I don't think this can be a color we already have either. So this can be... oh, here's where I wish I had changed to a different color palette. Actually, let me just swap to a different color palette, and then let me go back and redo these in the new color palette. So let's delete the color and make these that blue. Oh, no, that's not going to work. Let's try a different color palette. Maybe this will be better. Let's delete these and make these that blue. Let's make that blue. Yeah, that works. That's not as bad. Can delete this and make this that burnt umber. Delete this and make this that red. Unfortunately, all of the colors in this alternate palette are... yeah, that's not going to work either. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the regular one. I don't think any of the other color palettes are usable. Because I think that one's the closest, and it's got 3 blues that are too similar. So I think I'm just going to have to make this region gray for now, and then give it a color once it's far enough away from one of the others to repeat. Sven has done great work on adding the ability to have extra colors, but the extra colors that currently exist are, with apologies to Sven, abysmal. But someday we will have a palette with 9 colors that you can actually use all 9 of. That is my fantasy, at least. Unfortunately, doing this, I don't think did anything. I thought this was going to give me and so this has to go here kind of other thing. But whatever. We can fill in like this quad. 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 9. But see, Eric, the whole point of a program is that it gives you the colors that people will be able to look at and distinguish. If the program isn't going to do that, that's not really the point. So, like, I cannot, for example, know what combinations of colors will work for every type of color blindness. Or I suppose I could spend a few hours and research that and try and come up with something. But that's like the whole point of having these. Row 2, column 4. The setter said row 1, column 5. Oh, okay. The setter revised to row 2, column 4. I see. All right, let's see. I don't think choose a color or choose a collection of colors for my stream is a particularly good use of Tristan's time, Eric, but I suppose it's like technically possible, but it's something that someone can do at some point. Okay. So whatever this is, it has to get out. There's no way that this is one of the existing colors, is there? Oh, no, this could be like purple. This could very easily be purple. So what I know is, I know that this is the same as that. Maybe I should do that in the darker gray. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I know that these two are the same. I know that at most 8 colors get into here. I'm trying to decide if I really want a pencil mark that I know that the digits in this vault can't be 3 or 9. Because that seems kind of painful, but also seems like the thing that's going to be required. Like, I'm going to have to know that one of these 3 digits is 3 at some point, because I can't put a 3 anywhere else in this column. That seems relevant. Let's see. Yeah, it probably, I agree with Jim, it's probably the time to do it. So it's not 3 or 9. These aren't 1s, these aren't 5s. This isn't a 2, because there's a 1-2 pair in the row. Oh, that's a smart point. 9 in this row has only 2 positions, and they're both in green. Okay, so probably we are supposed to actually think about this. 3 can only go... Oh! 3 only has 2 positions in this row as well, because 3 is in the cage, so 3 is in the vault, so 3 isn't outside the vault. So 3 in this row, actually, only goes in one of those 2 places, which is very interesting. And what about 3 in this row? 3 in this row can only go there, or there, or there. That's 3 places. Are we getting a swordfish on 3s? Is that what's happening here? I don't see the 3rd leg of the swordfish yet. Does anyone see the 3rd leg of the swordfish? I do not yet, but I would believe that. Let's see. So, oh, I was trying to say you can't put a 3 here, but you can put a 3 here. But this row, I was right. This row, there really is only sort of a couple places to put 3. And one of them would be really interesting because I assume the first big deduction of this puzzle is going to be that this digit isn't a 3. I could be wrong, but that's my guess, is that the first major deduction is going to be that this digit's not a 3. Oh, row 5 has a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad. That is good. So these aren't 1, 2, or 4. So these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Isabella's point was that if I look at row 7, I see that I need a 7 or an 8 in this vault. So these can't be a 7-8 pair per that. So there's at least 7 regions in the vault, in fact. There are 7 or 8 in this gigantic vault. It's possible that geometry is forced because there aren't that many cells, and maybe if I count, but it seems like it's going to be a very bad time to just try and ask how many ways are there to get 7 or 8 regions to fit into this vault. Like that sounds like maximally excruciating of things that you could do in a puzzle, but we might have to do it. It's like red and purple are already in there. For example. I can draw in this border. Let's see. 2, 3, 4. Let's see. So is this also sounds excruciating. Like, I feel like probably I could prove that that there probably can't be 8 regions in here, but that sounds like a literal nightmare. And to be clear, I trust the cogito as a setter that one of 2 things is true. Either that's not what I'm supposed to do, or it is what I'm supposed to do, but it's actually way less horrible than I'm picturing. So it's always like it sounds like it's going to be terrible, but either I'm overestimating how terrible it is, or that, yeah, okay. Not Jim. 57 Thorns has a beautiful deduction, which is that this cage has a 1 and a 2, so therefore this cell isn't a 2. 5 in row 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 can't go there or there or there. So 5... Oh, and 5 can't go in blue. So 5 in row 6 is definitely over here. I do agree with Eric that yellow can't get to the big vault. So if there's an 8 in the big vault, then every other color has to make it, every one that's not yellow. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 colors so far. So we have 2 as of yet unnamed colors. it seems like it would be pretty easy for every existing color except yellow to reach the big vault, but it's possible that this is a thing where there's a counting argument that would make that actually impossible. Oh, I see that. This is going to be one of these, I think I see how to do it, and I'm not happy that I have to do this, but I think what I have to do is I have to think about if every color makes it into this vault, I think I have to count cells in the bottom 5 rows, and I think that's going to make yellow have to be too many cells for this to not break. So if gray makes it to this vault, then all of these regions, orange, blue, green, purple, and red, all of them need to live below... Oh, is that quite true? Maybe that's not quite true. The cogito tells me I don't have to do this, which I am ecstatic to not do this, because this is like my... I don't know that it's my least favorite chaos construction technique, but it's very high on my least favorite chaos construction techniques. So let's try and find a way around this if we can. Because I think there is a counting argument, but I think it's going to be made of pain. So let's see. Oh, Zach gets the pets from Tristan. Let's see. Okay. These 4 cells down here are maybe interesting, because I do need to ascribe regions to all of these. And that is going to create some interesting tensions. So, is the fact that I can't put both 7 and 8 in the vault... Do I know I can't put both 7 and 8 in the vault? Maybe that's not a thing I actually know. So, okay. Here's maybe this is a natural question to ask that doesn't sound painful. How many digits can I actually put in the vault that are distinct? Because I know none of these 4 digits appear in the vault, and those are 4 distinct digits. So there are at most 5 total digits in the vault. Is it possible that in fact these 4 digits are the same as these digits and these digits? Like, is it possible that this set of cells I have highlighted does in fact contain only 4 digits? Or does it have to be at least 5? Because if these cells contain at least 5 digits, then they contain exactly 5 digits. And then as soon as they contain exactly 5 digits, then regardless of what the digit is, everything in here is a quadruple. So I doubt that we lost subscribers from your stream, Tristan. I would not ascribe it to that. But we did go down in subscribers somehow. Maybe some of the porn bots unsubscribed after we blocked them too many times. Because it seems like this is hard either way. It's hard for these highlighted cells to only contain 4 digits. But also, it is hard for them not to only contain 4 digits. I'm trying to see where there would be pressure on this. Let's see. Okay, maybe there's a chaos construction problem? If I try and put only 4 distinct digits in here? Because if I only put 4 distinct digits in here, which that seems like the worst option to me. Then maybe it's not possible geometrically to shove regions through here in that way. Okay, Martin has a thing that might work. Okay, so row 9, column 5. So if there are only 4 digits in this cage... No, sorry. Martin is saying if these only contain 4 digits, then what happens? This would need to be the 9, because it can't be the 1, 2, and it can't be the 3. Why can't this one be the 9? I don't understand that. Oh, I never turned my sound off. Oops. Go away, sound. Thank you. I like Andrew's point, which is that I should consider, like, how many fingers are reaching into the vault. And so on this side, I've got room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 regions to make it into the vault. And Andrew's point is, if I want an 8th region, that region has to be contained entirely in the vault and down here. And that's going to be tough because it's not going to be able to get a 3 from inside the vault, and it can't get a 3 from down here either. So in fact, Andrew's point is there's not an 8 in the vault, because I actually only can possibly have 7 regions. Okay, that is a smart point. So no 8 goes inside the vault. And so I think that Andrew's argument actually forces region boundaries all over like that. And so I think now this cell has to be green, for instance, because I actually need to get to 7, which means that all of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all of these have to actually... all of these have to actually be in different regions. So I guess I have to ask myself, is there any way this cell isn't blue? Is probably the next question. And I don't think there's any way that it's not blue, and that this is orange, and that this is gray, but I also don't think, that that works. Yes, I do have to have a 7, Eric, because we knew that there was a 7 or an 8. Isabella made a very beautiful point earlier, that in row 7, I needed to put a 7 or an 8 inside this vault, because otherwise this would be a 7, 8, 9 triple in these 2 cells. Speaking of which, this is an 8, 9 pair. Agree. Okay, 2 to 10th. How am I getting 7 regions in here if these are in the same region? Aren't I then only getting 6 regions in here? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would only be 6 regions if these 2 are in the same region. I don't have a boundary between these 2. Oh, you mean this one. That one. Okay, got it. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, so these are in fact in different regions, but these could be in different regions in a couple of ways. Okay. Agree with that. So is it a problem if neither of these is a 2? Because if one of these has to be a 2, then that's a 1, which would be very nice to know. So if neither of these is a 2, then this is a 4, 5, 6, 7 quad. Is there a problem with this being a 4, 5, 6, 7 quad? So if this is 4, 5, 6, 7, then these two would be an 8-9 pair. I don't see anything wrong with that. Immediately. Let's see. I feel like there are smart ways to be looking at this puzzle, and I have adopted every other way of looking at this puzzle. Jim, it cannot because of the given threes. Because I could not get a 3 down here. And I can't have a 3 in the vault because there's a 3 touching the vault. That's true from Andrew. I definitely can remove 7 from these cells because 7's definitely in the vault. Ah, yes, purple does have to extend, the Cogito points out. Red does not if all of this is red. Oh, but that can't all be red. There we go. Okay, I like that. There's a deduction I really like. This can't all be red. Because if this was all red, then these 1, 2 in red would go here, but this cell can't be a 1 or a 2. So these are not literally all red, and therefore red has to extend. Okay. We have a deduction I like. That I actually found. Let's see. Can we do the same thing with purple? Not quite, because I don't yet know... I don't think I know that neither of these cells is a 9, for example. Let's see. Ooh. I hope you are enjoying Bangkok, SPQ. Let's see. So something gets out over here. It's probably purple, but who knows? I think red needs to get it by going up there, right? Red can't get the other 1, 2 over here, can it? Oh, maybe red can get the other 1, 2 exactly there? So red either gets the other 1, 2 exactly there, or red could maybe do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why can't the red get its other 1, 2 here? Yeah, I don't see why red can't get the 1, 2 from this, from the vault. Do I know that both 1 and 2 aren't in the vault? That's another question that I think that goes back to my concern earlier about how many distinct digits are allowed to be in the vault. Because if 1 and 2 are in the vault, then there's definitely 5 distinct digits in the vault. And so then everything outside the vault would have to come from a particular quadruple. But I don't yet know exactly how that works. Row 6, column 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, right. 1 and 2 can't both be in the vault. Okay, that's good to know. Unfortunately, I don't think it quite answers our question, but that does answer the question that 1 and 2 are not both in the vault, because this cell is adjacent to the vault. Yep, good spot. Let's see. I know that one of these two is blue. Does that prove interesting in some way? I don't know. Uh, so, but it is a very good point from Jim that we do have to pay attention to making sure that red gets this 1-2. And it doesn't have a ton of options for where it's going to get that 1-2. But it might have enough options for where it's going to get that 1-2 to be annoying. I suspect that this is going to be a puzzle like Starity, where when I have the sort of aha moment of what's going on, I'm going to decide I really like the puzzle. I probably should pencil mark that I know these two cells aren't 2, 3, 4. So they could be 1. They're not 2, 3, 4. They could be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just in hopes that I find something like maybe I have to ask where 2 goes in this row or something. So something probably glances this corner, and it's probably blue, but I don't think I know yet. Oh, what about green? Green has to finish. And green has to finish without touching any of these cells. Maybe the fact that green has to finish without touching any of these cells is interesting. Because if green has to finish without touching any of these cells, does green have to take this cell? That would be very surprising and interesting. Because if green doesn't take this cell, then the only way that green finishes is to take exactly these. Can we prove that exactly these are not a set of the digits 1 through 9? So if exactly these are a set of the digits 1 through 9, one of the things that would mean is that red and purple are both straight line regions at the bottom. Do I know that red and purple aren't straight line regions at the bottom? That's going to be very difficult to Sudoku our way out of. I fear, but it would be very demanding if that were the case. Oh, right. Perfect. 57 Thorn sees it. It doesn't work because it puts 6 different digits in the vault, which would mean that I would only have 3 digits that I could put in these 4 cells. Perfect. Okay, so green can't finish in the vault, so green has to take this cell, which is very interesting. So green takes that cell, and so now if green doesn't take that cell too, then there are going to be 5 different cells in the vault because they're going to be the 5 cells that are not in green. Well, that was a very cool step, Kajito. I liked that a lot, and I liked the red having to extend a lot. I thought those were very cool uses of the sort of the combination of chaos construction and vault. Let's see. So that at least forces blue to extend. So blue has to go there. Because I can't make... Well, even if I did make all of those blue, that would still have to work. Now, I don't know that I could make all of these blue anyway, but we'll just continue. That has to be orange. So that has to be gray. I don't think I know that these aren't all yellow as of yet. I know that this cell is not green. So whatever this cell is, it definitely gets out, whatever color it is. Has it become impossible for gray to reach the vault? It might have become impossible for gray to reach the vault now. Because now gray would have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there's no way that that's a valid way of filling all of this. That's got to be way too tight. Yeah, like orange can't get to anywhere near 9 cells if gray does that. So gray and yellow are the 2 cells that don't get to the vault. So therefore, every other color has to get to the vault. So in particular, orange definitely does, although maybe orange has a... can orange go up first? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, orange cannot go up first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, it's going to be, orange is going to do that, is what's going to happen. Because if orange does... Right, orange can't take this cell, because if orange takes this cell in the vault, then orange cuts off blue. So this cell cannot be orange. But I need an orange cell in the vault. And so what that means is, for sure, this cell is blue, because no matter how orange connects to the vault, it's going to sever every other way of getting to this cell. So no other, because this cell can't be orange, and orange is cutting off all the other colors. This cell has to be blue. So those two are blue by connectivity nonsense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So blue gets 2 more cells. So this has to be one of them, or blue won't connect. So blue gets 1 more cell. Okay, so now green does have to come here. Oh, so green now does have 5 cells in here. That's the point. Because green, remember, can't take this cell, because this cell has to be a different color, and green's already in here. So green has to take this cell. Green... Oh, maybe green can come down here somehow, possibly. Green might actually be allowed to get something down here. But Eric points out that green needs a 3, and now green's never escaping anywhere from sort of down here. So the only place green can get a 3 is here. I believe that. Oh, and green already has a 9, so green can't go there. And these two are together, so let's see, would that be too many? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, this can't be green either. So green can't leave the vault. Neither of those can be green. Danzor is the one who pointed out that green already has a 9, so green can't take this cell, and green can't take either of those. So green does indeed need to take 5 cells in the vault, and the only 5 it can take... Oh, maybe I don't know which 5. But I know it doesn't take that one. And I know green doesn't take that. Of course, these are all sort of bordered with green. I'm just going to draw in the border so I look busy. To do that. Oh yeah, orange now is forced, Andrew points out. It's exactly the thing I said it was before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, so that's all orange. So orange is done. And now probably... Oh, no, sorry. I was going to say gray is forced, but gray doesn't get to the vault, so gray is definitely not forced. Blue is... Oh, and so that means blue is forced to go back here. It backs its thing up, as they say. Red now can get at most 1 cell up here, because this can't be red. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this cell's always red, at the very least. Now this cell could maybe be red. Maybe. No, it can't. If this cell was red, that cell would be a 9. No, that's not true. If this cell was red... if this cell was red, that cell would be red. And then these two would be equal. Okay, never mind. So, I guess the question is, what else is taking the 9? If the 9 isn't taken by red, then it's taken by some region that is forced to do like that, at the very least. And now green can't get enough cells. It's a little messy, but if this 9 is some other region, that region is sort of forced out this way, and then that region can't get, then green can't finish. So this is not red, or sorry, so this is not another region, so it's red. This is another region now, though. Oh, this is another region that's going to have to do that, isn't it? Oh, yeah. What on earth am I doing? Right. It's got to be purple, because purple's not done. Poor purple. Yeah, I was not paying close attention to purple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's definitely purple, which automatically makes that purple and makes that purple. Makes that green. Good. Now, in order to finish, red has to do that. And so this cell's a 1 or a 2. So we can line in red, line in purple. So that 1, 2, and that 1, 2 are the same 1, 2. The other digit that purple needs is this 6, 7, or 8. And so that cell goes here. So this is not 1, 2, or 4. It's a 6 or a 7. And that's a 6 or a 7 as well, just for the record. Green, we now know how it finishes. Green finishes there. So we've got that. Whatever this is, it goes up like this. Whatever this is, it goes up like that. So this also goes up like that. So this goes up like that. Yellow, of course, goes up here. We've got that. Orange needs a 3, and it can only get it in one place, which is there. So these digits are not 3, for whatever that is worth. Eric feels that these regions have earned colors. I can give them colors, I suppose. I didn't feel like they had quite earned it yet, but I know it makes chat happy when I give things colors, so we'll make them red and purple again, because I know that red and purple aren't going to happen again. Yes, I have a 1, 2 pair in blue, so that makes that a 4 and a 2. It means that none of these are 4. So that's a 2. I have to be a little bit careful with what's going on with this. This is a 4 because there's a 1, 2 pair in blue that looks at it. So that's a 1, 2 pair now. So these aren't 1. Tom asks where 2 is in orange. So that's the 2. So that's the 1 and the 2 and the 1. At some point, we got the key step of learning that this digit wasn't a 3, but I don't know exactly how. These are 5, 6, 7. These aren't 2. Orange already has a 6, for the record, so neither of those are 6. Let's see. There's a 5, 6, 7 triple in this row, so that's an 8 or a 9. One of these two is a 3, and the other is an 8 or a 9. And that one's not the 3, because of the 3 immediately below it, so that one is the 3. Okay. There's already a 1 in green, so these aren't 1. So, yeah, one of these is the 2 in green. So that's always the 1. I mean, I guess you could just say where the 1 goes in the row. So that's a 2. So that's a 2 and a 1. These aren't 2. Let's see. I know these two are the same digit. Yeah. Where does this digit go in green is a smart question, because this digit in green can only go there. That's not a 5. So if you're a fan of circling things, those are all the same digit. That digit actually has to go in row 5. And that digit in row 5 can only go here. So that digit is a 7, is the point. It's gnarly. But the circle digit in row 5 can only possibly go here because it's not in blue. So therefore it's a 7, and we can just fill in all of these 7s. Let's see. Okay, so no 7s in any of these cells. No 7s in those cells. That's a 5-6 pair, so that's not a 5. That's not a 5 or a 6. That's not a 7. Okay, this collection of digits in blue means I'm missing something Sudoku-wise, which is that there's a 5 in green. There's a 5 in blue already. And it's like, this is not a triple, therefore I am missing something obvious. So that is a 9, an 8, and a 6, and an 8. Oh, I marked something wrong. How far do I have to back up? You marked row 5, column 6, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one? So this isn't a 5 or a 6. Ah, I deleted the wrong 2 things. Okay, got it. Okay, so that 8, 9 pair and that 5 still give me that this is a 6. That's a 5 and a 6 and a 5. That is not a 5. We might get to do some more circles later for people who like the circle tool. So stay tuned if you like the circle tool. There may be yet more coming. So where is 7 in this row? 7 in this row, because there's already a 7 in orange. It can only go there. Let's see. Okay, we'll just do it. That 8, 9 is that 8, 9. I thought I saw somewhere else that this went, but maybe I am just silly. No, that 8, 9 goes there. I know that much. Because that's where it goes in this row. This is maybe overkill for the moment, possibly, question mark. I probably can do some vault stuff just with the fact that I know something. Let's see. So like the point is this cell I know isn't an 8 or a 9 because it sees both the circled 8, 9 and the non-circled 8, 9. So this cell can only be things up to 8, 9. And then you can just ask Sven. It can only actually be a 4 or a 5 is the point. And so this cell is a 4, 5, which gives us a 4, 5 pair in the column. Wow, there's some gnarlier than usual Sudoku going on here. So that's a 7. So we've got 1, 2, there's a 3 up here somewhere. 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the other 8, 9 is up there. So those are 3, 8, and 9. Let's see. What is touching this vault? I should really be paying attention to what's actually touching this vault, but I have not done my very best at actually paying attention to that. Unfortunately, the vault cage just sort of disappears off into the coloring a lot. Let's see. This is a 4, 6 pair. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, the vault is easy to just sort of let disappear off into the sunset. So these are 1, not 2, not 3, 4, 5, not 6, 7, and 8, 9. I know this one isn't a 1. Do I know anything about any of these others? Maybe I don't. Excuse me. Let's see. Isabella points out yellow can't take this cell because yellow has a 1. So therefore yellow has to go around this cell. And so therefore yellow is finished and the yellow 2 goes there. So can do that. That 6, 8, 9 goes here. So this cell is a 6, 8, 9. for whatever that is worth. So do I know this cell can't be purple? Almost assuredly, right? I think if this were purple, I don't think gray could finish. 3 in row 9, Burst Screaming Ice Cube is here. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That I know is not a 6. One of these touches the vault. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe none of these actually touch the vault. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm being asked about 1 in row 8. This can't be a 1 because that's a 1. If you force yourself to squint very hard at where this vault is adjacent to a 1. So therefore that's not a 1, is 57 Thorn's point. And so 1 in this row can only go in a handful of places. Oh, 1 can't go here either, for lots of reasons. But 1 could go there. I mean, maybe I should pencil mark this, because I know it can't be a 1, 5, or a 3. Right, okay. So this cell is adjacent to the vault, Jim points out, so it can't be any of these digits, because those are the digits in the vault. And so in particular, it's not a 4 or a 5. So this digit is an 8 or a 9, which gives me a 6, 8, 9 triple, which means that this is the other 4, 5. So that means this cell is not a 4, 5. Oh, that's very cute. This cell being a 4, 5 means that I can't have both 4 and 5 in here. And so therefore this can't be a 4 or a 5, it's just a 1. But also there's already a 5 in here, this can't be a 4 either, because then that would make this not work. So that's a 4 and that's a 5. That is adorable. No 1 or 5 over here. So we've got a little bit left to fill in this row. What is it? We've got a 1, a 2, a 3. We need a 4 and a 5 still. Sorry, 4 and 5. We've got a... No, we still need a 6. We've got a 7. We need an 8. Okay. So this digit can't be a 4 and it can't be a 5 because it touches the vault. So it can only be a 6 or an 8. This digit over here just can't be a 5 or a 6. And it can't be a 4 because it touches the vault. So this is a naked single 8. That's a 6. These are a 4 or 5 pair. I feel like more than anything with this puzzle, I'm impressed that you made this rule set work. Like, this must have been a nightmare to get this to work. Let's see. Okay, so... Orange needs a 1, and if I believe my pencil marks, the only place orange can get a 1 is there. So we've got that going for us. Oh, column 9 needs a 1. It's being pointed out. It can only go there. Okay. This cell can't be purple without trapping in red, I do not believe, although I don't really want to prove that, if I'm being completely honest. Oh, there's an 8 here, which makes circle 9, just because this is an 8 or a 9, so that's 9 and 9. I think that's what Nicholas was pointing out, because there is an 8 in the column, and I just didn't notice it. So therefore, that's 8. Good job, Sven, noticing that because I placed a 9 in blue, that couldn't be that. That is an 8. These are not 9 anymore, because there's a 9 in orange. Very good. Not an 8 there. So that digit's not an 8 anymore either, because these two are the same digit. So that's not an 8. That's not an 8. That's not an 8 either. Somehow Sven... Why can Sven not see that this digit can't be 8? There's literally an 8 in the column. That's something... It's got to be related to the weird thing with row 1, right? Whatever the weird thing going on with row 1 is, because somehow Sven scanning can't see that that's not an 8, for reasons that I can't imagine. But we will go with it. So let's see. So this is a triple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, row 0 is like a Sudoku horror movie, apparently. These digits are from, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 6, 8. Row 4, column 3. Aha! Yes, yes. Thomas sees another vault thing. Thank you, Thomas. This vault has a 4 in it and touches that cell. So that is an 8 and a 5 and a 4. Very good. Those are not 8. That 4 sees the 5 and the 4 and the 6 and the 4. These are a pair consisting of something and something. 1, 2, 3, and 4, I think, actually. These are a triple consisting of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. That one's not a 2, even though row 0 isn't a real row. Let's see. I think I believe, Jim, that I would need more cells than either purple or red have to get here. And I don't even have to consider like what might cut off something or whatever. I think that has to be that. If red took this one, I think I'm now prepared to believe that purple couldn't finish. So we'll make that red, or that purple. Now by connectedness, this is also purple, because purple has to connect to this one, and I can't fit a region in here because there isn't one left. So therefore, this is red by virtue of the fact that it is the last color that does not have a 1. These are a triple. I should fill them in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is not a 5, even though Sven should be able to see that because they've got a 5 there, but Sven didn't. But anyway, that's 7, 8. Whatever the 5 is in this column, it's got to be red or whatever. Let's see. Okay, so now I don't think this cell can be anything but gray, because I only have 4 cells left in purple and it would take 5, and only have 4 cells left in red and it would take 5. So now this cell is gray. And so now by connectedness, these cells are gray. So we've got that. Not that it does, I don't think, very much, but sure. Okay. Yes, do please take a second to like the stream if you have not done so yet. It really does help us out, so I would greatly appreciate the like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are 4, 5, and 7. To finish that out, I'm looking for like tuples or anything like that. Well, no way to find out but to try, Totux. If you have an idea, try and make it work. 4 in row 1. Is the point something about like what colors need a 4 or something? I know red doesn't need a 4. That's true. This 3-9 pair. It's not in the column that already has a 4. Oh, that's an interesting rule. I don't think they put that in there, but I'll go with that. So that's a 4. Good spot to Garion. So these are a 5-7 pair. I take the point that red can't get to either of these cells because red already has a 3 and a 9, and so therefore red has to choose 4 of the following 4 cells. So those are red, and red is done. Good spot to Ambrose. When I first saw Ambrose's point, I convinced myself that therefore 4 of 6 cells had to be red, but in fact it was better than that. Let's see. Okay, so... so that 6 C's up there, so that's an 8 and a 2. And now that makes that a 6, which makes that a 4 and a 6. The Screaming Ice Cube noticed this, which makes that a 3 and a 4. These are not 8. That is not a 6, that's not a 6, that's not a 3 or a 6. Am I going to regret it horribly if I do this? No, it's hilarious. I like it. Okay. So we've got that. Right, there's a pair here, so that's a 5-7, so that's an 8, which makes that a 9, which makes that a 5 and a 6. Makes this not a 5, makes this not a 5 or a 6. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Makes this not a 5 or a 6. That's not a 9. Or a 6, actually. That's just an 8 and a 9 and a 6. That 9 gives me an 8 and a 9. That gives me a 7 and a 5. It gives me a 7 and a 5. It gives me a 2. So now by uniqueness, I know there's a border between these two cells, because if there wasn't, it would be a deadly pattern. So let's see. So do I know any cells that this can't possibly take, or do I know any cells that this can't possibly take? I know this has to be purple because gray already has a 2. So that's purple, and so this is purple, because purple needs to get to it. So purple already has a 5, so that's not purple, so that's gray. Purple has a 3, but not a 9. So purple has to take this cell, or purple's never getting a 9. But that makes this a 9 and makes that a 3. Which makes this cell gray. Which makes that cell gray by the no checkerboard rule. So that makes that a 9 and a 3. Gray has 6 cells, so gray is done. Sorry, did I just say gray has 6 cells, so gray is done? That's not the words I meant to say. So this is that. And so if we fill in this digit, oops. Let's see, it's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is a 7. And this is not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is an 8. And then we are done. Woo! Very interesting puzzle there. As usual, I liked the non-chaos construction parts of the chaos construction puzzle more than the chaos construction parts of the chaos construction puzzle. But more than anything, I'm just impressed that you made this rule set work, because this the fact that this sort of is able to fit all of these regions in here is really neat. This is very similar to... There was a Grockles puzzle. I don't remember what it was. This was ages ago. But there was a Grockles chaos construction puzzle where there was a very similar, there have to be like 17 regions touching this thing, and so they all sort of spread out in a similar way to this. I think my favorite part was the observing that green couldn't take 6 digits inside of here. Ooh, we have a donation from David with an emote. Oh, cool. Thank you, David. I like the emote, too. Good game. Excellent. We'll get you a donation dance. Thank you so much, David. Both Zach and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the puzzle, Cogito. I can see why this got recommended to me so often. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back, and we will do more Sudoku puzzles. So I will see you all very shortly. Hello again, everyone. You would not believe it, but this is not a 2 to 10th puzzle, despite it being a 159 puzzle with no clues in the 159 regions. But this is a Tallcat puzzle. So we have here a Tallcat 159 region sum lines puzzle. So this should be a bit of a treat. I always enjoy. Oh, I see. In my brain, briefly, I saw this is a 3-cell sum and this is a 3-cell sum that were both summing to a single digit, and then was very, very confused. But no, I see what's happening now. So if you've not seen this before, the pink stuff is indexing cells. So what that means is, do you have a betting tree while you lurk, Tallcat? What that means is that if this cell is a 7, it's telling me the location of the 1. So this is saying, let's try and see if row and column markers work in Tallcat's puzzle. Let's see, where is the row column marker thing? Show row column labels. There we go. Ah, yes. Okay. So Tallcat has the correct rows and column numbers, which is very helpful for this. So this being a 7 tells me that this digit in the 7th column of the row is a 1. And the reason it's a 1 is because this is column 1. And so if instead of that being a 7, this was a 7, then this would, instead of being a 1, it would be a 5. But if instead of being a 7, this was a 7, it would do nothing because that cell's not pink. Only the pink cells index stuff. We have a betting tree here, so go ahead and place your bets now as to what the final answer will be. And then the way the region sum lines work is they tell you that, row 5, column 4. We have moved the betting tree down. You probably just had the rows in mind from the last puzzle, Tallcat. Because in the last puzzle, this would have been row 4. So the way region sum lines work is that each of these lines, if you sort of highlight the cells that it passes through, not like that, but better, then every single one of these collections of colored cells has the same sum. So that is how region sum lines work. Is every region it passes through, it gives you a collection of cells that have the same sum. I love region sum lines. They're very cool. They're very hard to set with for me, though. All right, so the first thing to notice is that we have these 3-cell arrows going on. So this cell is the sum of these 3, and this cell is the sum of these 3. So therefore, these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Also, neither of these can be 6 because of the secret 159 rule. And the secret 159 rule is that in the pink of a cell with pink, which is, in this pink of a box with pink, which is every box in this puzzle, you always need a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, and a 7, 8, 9. And the reason for that is that I need to index, in one of these 3 cells, I need to index a 9 into this box. And so, regardless of where that is, that 9 is going to go in either row, or either column 1, column 2, or column 3. And so that's going to put at least 1, 1, 2, 3 over here. But it can't put 2 1, 2, 3s over here, because if it put 2 1, 2, 3s over here, then that would cause a problem that I would be indexing 2 9s into box 1. And so there's exactly 1 1 2 3, exactly 1 4 5 6, and exactly 1 7 8 9, not necessarily in that order. But the reason why that's interesting is because it means this can't be a 6, because if this were a 6, these would be a 1 2 3, and then that cell would have no value. So these are not 6. They are at least 7 8 9. So that is interesting. Now, chat is telling me they can't be 7 either because of something to do with the fact that these cells, right. Here's a completely different proof of that, because this, I gave a 159 proof, but I don't think Tallcat intended this to be a 159 thing at all, because this is actually a region sum lines thing. Whatever this digit is, these 5 cells sum to double it. But if this were a 7, that would make those cells sum to 14, but 5 different digits in a Sudoku sum to a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is 15. So neither of these can be 7 because of that. It's really weird, actually, that sort of it looked like this was meant to have something to do with 159, and then it didn't. So if this was an 8, these cells would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 exactly. Is there a problem with these being 1, 2, 3, 4, 6? I'm trying to see if there's a way that would sort of like break the 159 business or something like that, but I don't quite see it yet. I'm also thinking, like, do I know if these two things are the same or different? I do, interestingly, I know that this digit lives down here, and I know that this digit lives down here. So, because this digit can't repeat on its own region sum line, so this digit needs to live down here. And ditto with this one living down here. So if they were the same, that would give us a little Jovi wing. let's see. Garion says if I look, this can't be an 8 because this would need to be 1, 3, 4, and 2, 6. Okay, so let's just do this this thing. If this is an 8, then I need to put a 4 in one of these these cells. So the way to see this is that because these 5 cells sum to 16, there's only one way to do that, which is to make them 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. I could never put the 6 down here because then they would sum to a minimum of 9. So therefore these have to be 1, 3, 4 because I need to take away the 2 to make the sum right. And therefore these are 2 and 6 up there. And that's a problem for some reason. Yes, it is a problem because I can't have 1 and 3 both here because in this box I need to index where the 1 goes, and so I would need to put a 3 over here. And so the 1 definitely goes in column 3, so one of these would have to be a 3, but that's 2 3s in the box. Therefore we have our first digit. This is a 9. And we can bring out Zach for our 9 dance. Woo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. And so that 9, that was a good spot to carry. And that 9 immediately gives me a 4 over here. Which immediately tells me that there's a 1 on this line, because an arrow that sums to 8 or 9 always has a 1 on it unless it's exactly 2, 3, 4, but we know this one isn't. And so therefore the high digit in this string of pink digits is a 7. So this is not 2, 7. So it's got a few options left, but it's not 2, 7, that's for sure. So if I sum to 18 in 5, can 18 in 5 miss a 3? Is 18 in 5, I could do 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I can miss the 3. Because I'm thinking about this business with the 1 and the 3, and so I was curious if I was going to be forced to put a 1 and a 3 over here, but who knows? So Nicholas wants me to notice if this is an 8, that this now has to be 1, 2, 5, which will then, oh wow, that's intricate. So if this is an 8, now this has to be 1, 2, 5, which is a problem for the following convoluted reason. The low digit now has to be a 3. And so that's going to index a 3 onto this line, or sorry, that's going to index a 9 onto this line, and I can't put it with a 0, unlike the last Tallcat puzzle we did. I did feel like that was a little heinous. Like Tallcat would not do that. So the easier way to see it is as follows: if this is an 8. Then where does the 4 go in this sum? Because if this is an 8, these have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. One of them needs to have a 4. Well, the 4 can't go up here because there's a 4 in the box. The 4 sure can't go down here because then I'd need a second 4. So I think that is a much nicer way to see it. So that's a 9, which makes that a 6 by indexing. So there's a 5 down here, which means that there is a 9 down here. Let's see. I mean, Tallcat is the undisputed master of puzzles with good instances of look ahead, but that did not feel like a good instance of look ahead. But the way with the sums was very elegant. I don't know. In my head, I had just assumed that we had to be proving... Oh, we get our Jovi on 9s. I had just been assuming these were going to work out to be different, but they're not. So where does 9 go in column 3? The answer is it goes in one of these two cells. Where does 9 go in column 7? The answer is it goes in one of these two cells. And so, therefore, in rows 8 and 9, we have 2 9s, one coming from here and one coming from here. I can't have a third 9. We call this Jovi-Ling logic. So these aren't 9. So that is a 9. Oops. Which makes that a 5. Coming over there makes that not a 5, of course. So we've got our little Jovi. No? What? Oh, okay. The only thing I did was I placed the 5 in the wrong place. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. So let's look at this 9 arrow because someone in chat made a cute spot. So there's only 2 flavors of 9 arrow that have a 1 on them, and they're 1, 2, 6 and 1, 3, 5. 1, 2, 6 doesn't work. In that 1, 2, 6 means, again, for the same reason now, I'd have to put a 3 up here. But now it's only 1 step rather than 6 steps. I can't put a 3 up here. The low digit up here, in fact, I actually know. I could just pencil mark. The low digit's a 2. Because the low digit's not a 1, because I have a 1 pencil marked in the box, and it's not a 3, because I can't put a 9 in one of those. And so that means that these are always 1, 3, 5. Like that. And if these are always 1, 3, 5, that means the low digit over here is always a 3. No, always... No, don't listen to me. It means the high digit's always a 7, but I already knew that. I did not learn anything new. So these now have to be 2, 7 because they can't be anything else. And so now these digits are, well, I can just go ahead and fill in. This is a 6, 9 because I need a 6 in this column and it can only go, oh, no, sorry, that's not true. Don't listen to me. The rest of this column, I should just go ahead and pencil mark. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I know those aren't 9. This one's not a 6 either. This can't be a 4 because there's a 5 in the pink, and these two need to add to 9. This is a 1 or a 3 actually, because of the fact that this needs to add to 9 with 6 or 8. And so this is a 9 together with a 4 or 6 or 8, whichever one I've missed in here. So the other 1, 3 in this box is in here, for whatever it's worth. Which is, I suppose, interesting. Right. So the point is, these cells, from the fact that I know that one of these 2 cells is a 9 that is in column 3, and one of these is a 9 that's in column 7, Tallcat's point is these are a 3-7 pair, so that's a 1-8 pair, and I don't have to think about it. And so these are a 4 and an 8. Good point. Okay, so yeah, so that works. And so the 9 here is a 1. That's the low digit over here. So my 9 is over here. So there is an 8 over here, because my high digit of 7 is gone, my high digit of 9 is gone, so there needs to be a high digit of 8. That cell can't be the 8. In fact, this just is an 8. I did this in a really convoluted way, because as soon as I place that 1, it actually placed that 8 for free, but we won't talk about it. So that is an 8. These are a pair. Consisting of a 2 and a something. 2, 3, 2 and a 4, actually. So this region sum line sums to a maximum of 13. Interesting. So I know that this cannot be 1, 3, 5 because of the reason Gary noted earlier in the break-in. If this were 1, 3, 5, I would need to put a 3 over here, but I already have a 3 over here. So these are either 1, 2, 6, which is plausible, or they are 1, 3, 5 again. Sorry, not 1, 3, 5. Or they're either 1, 2, 6 or 2, 3, 4. So there's always a 2 in these cells, is I guess the point. So I don't know that that's going to do us any good, but what are you going to do? Let's see. Yeah, it is true. 159 is low on my tier list, although Tallcat is high on my tier list, so it all works out. These sorts of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It just turns out. So yeah, I was very excited by 159 stuff when it came out. It just turns out that indexing puzzles aren't very interesting because indexing logic is all very shallow. That's the that's ultimately sort of what I think happened there. Like, indexing stuff really tends to just be analyze cases, and that's the whole puzzle. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's see. So yeah, we've got all of that. Yeah, I know there's a high digit up here. Oh, I know one of these is a 7, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. Okay. So I really need to decide if this is 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 6. 8 in column 5. Ah, yeah, okay, that's a smart spot from Josh. One of these is 5, and if one of those is a 5, that tells me that one of these is an 8, and one of these, therefore, is a 7. Again, going back to that 5, that's true. Let's see. Isabella says 7 in box 7. It's not there. Oh, maybe I think the question is actually where is 7 in column 3? Because 7 in column 3 can't go there, it can't go on this arrow. So the point is 7 needs to go in one of these cells. In column 3. And so therefore one of these has to be a 9. And it's not that one. So wait, no, that's not right. No, I screwed this up already. How did I screw this up? Where does the 7 go? I have wrong pencil marks. How did I pencil mark a 7 over here? No, that 7's right. Oh, I broke the puzzle. Yeah, this is broken. Because I don't think I can put a 7 in column 3 anywhere. So I can't put a 7 up here. I can't put a 7 on a 3-cell 7 sum. Oh! 8's already there. Never mind. Okay. Okay. There really is a 7 here. Never mind. Okay. So we've got a 7 in here somewhere. I don't know what it does. 7, 2 seems plausible to me. Let's see. I know there's an 8 down here somewhere, and it's not in the pink cell. One of these is an 8. Let's see. Oh. Oh, that trick. That's insidious. That's great, though. So the point is this can't be a 7-9 pair. Because if this is a 7-9 pair, really the point is, if this is a 7, then it makes that a 3, but this being a 3 makes it a 9. So I can't actually put the 7 in either of those spots. So that's a 7 and that's a 2. A 2. Let's try again. A 2. Okay. That is a classic. That's very cool, yeah. So one of these is a 2, just by Sudoku. So one of these is a 1. I never indexed the 9. Yeah, that's a really cool trick in doubler puzzles, Jay. I've been seeing that lately, and it's a cool thing that I enjoy when it shows up. I'm being told there's a 9 I never indexed. What 9 did I never index? In box 1. 9 is in column 2. Oh, right. I have my corner marked 2s. My corner marked 2s there give me a 9 up there, is Tallcat's point. Let's see. So Nicholas makes a really smart observation, which is that I know these 5 cells sum to 15. Sorry, sum to 18. And one of them, and Nicholas's point is one of them needs to be a 1, because if none of them are 1, then what are they? Then they are a minimum of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which sums to 20, which is more than 18. So one of them is a 1, but the 1's not up here. So these are a 1, 2, 6, is the point. That's not a 6. There is a 3 over here, to be the low digit, in that universe. And so now I need to figure out how I'm making 9, and it's got to be as 4, 5, because I can't use 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, so it's got to be as 4, 5. So that means that these are actually a 2, 6, 7, because I need a middle digit over here, and 4 and 5 are gone. So these are actually 2, 6, 7. So the 6 there is telling me that there's a 1 in one of these cells. These as a triple are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know that one's not the 9. Oh, but I know these two aren't the 8, so I know this one is the 8, actually. So now this can't be a 9, because if this was a 9, these would be summing to 17, and these would have to also be an 8-9 pair, but I just put a 9 there, so you can't. So therefore, that's the 9. That being the 9 makes that the 2. This, therefore, is a 7, 8, or a 9. It's not the 7, because the 7 would put a 9 there. That's not going to work. Not an 8, not a 9. So one of these two definitely is the 9. Let's see. So that is not a 2. Okay. That 6, 7. It's just telling me one of those two is a 1. So if this is a 1, this is kind of hilarious, actually. If this cell is a 1, then these two cells need to sum to 9, which would make them a 4, 5 pair, because they can't be any of the other options because of this 1, 2, 6. But that would make these two digits 4 and 5, and I can't have two middle digits. That's amazing. That's very cool. I like that. So that's a 1 is the upshot. So that's the 2. So that's not a 1. That's not a 1. So this digit's now known to... This is a 3. There's not a rule that different lines have different sums, I don't think. that I'm aware of. So these need to sum to 11. So they're not 5, 6, 3, 8. I think they're therefore 4, 7. Oh, they could be 2. No, they're not 2, 9 either. So I think these are 4 and 7. And I know the order, I believe. And so, therefore, the middle digit over here is not 4 or 6. Therefore, it's a 5. And so the middle digit down here is a 4. The low digit down here is not a 3 and it's not a 2. So the low digit down here is a 1. So actually, I know these are a 1, 4 pair. And I now know that these are a 3, 5, 9 triple. That one's not a 9. That is not a 3. Mario's point is one of these is a 3 because of that. And it's not that one, right? Because if this is a 3, it makes that a 5, which then makes this a 1. So by Isabella's trick from earlier, this can't be a 3. So if that can't be a 3... wait, what? No, I screwed this up. Sorry, I misread this. One of these is a 1, not one of these is a 3, because this is column 1. They can't be 3 because of that. In fact, yeah, okay. Life makes more sense now. This cell's a right in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the answer. No 8 over here. Yeah, I know the high digit here is an 8 or a 9. Of course, if it's an 8, it goes there. So this isn't a 9 is the point, because if this was a 9, then that would have to be an 8, and it can't be. So the 9 here is definitely in this row. No, sorry, the 9 could be there. Never mind, sorry, that's not true. So let's see, let's fill in this column. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the column, which go in like that. That 5 therefore makes that a 2, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 1 and a 4, which makes that a 1. So these either sum to 10 or 13. If they summed to 10, these would have to be 3, 7 exactly. I do know that this is 4, 5, or 6, just for the record. Let's see, if these sum to 13... row 7 can be finished. That's very helpful, because as noted, if this was a 6, the only way that would work would be 3, 7, but that doesn't work. So this is a 9. That's a 6. That's a 3. That's a 9. That 9 has made that a 7 and a 3. So this is not a 6. It is a 4 or a 5. So one of these two is the 5. This row only has 2 digits left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6 and 8 are the digits left. So this is either a 7 or a 5, but it can't be a 5 by indexing, so that can't be an 8. So this is therefore a 6 and an 8. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 4, 5, 7. We know that one's not a 5. Oh, in fact, I know it is a 7 because I know how adding to 13 works, if I remember the regions, timelines part. So we've got all of that going on. So the digit up here is a 3. Oh, I guess I knew that a long time ago because of that 4, 5 pair. But that being a 3 has told me that can't be a 5. So that's a 4 and a 5, and that's a 3. And that's a 1, which therefore makes that a 7 and a 6, and a 1. Which makes that a 5, which now makes that a 7. Which makes this a 3. Makes this a 5 or a 6 only. by that. That was a fun little chain of stuff sort of all bouncing around. That's not a 7. That's not a 6 or a 7. This is an 8-9 pair, which makes that a 6 and a 7. This row is missing, let's see, a 4 and something else. 5, 6, 7, 4 and an 8. But we know the order. It's a 4 and an 8, which makes that a 5 and a 4. Good. This row is only missing a 2. This row is missing a 5 and a 6, but that can't be a 6, so that's the 5 and that's the 6. This is a pair of somethings. A 2 and a 4 in that order, I believe, making that a 7 and a 2. Making that the 2. These aren't 2. This can't be a 3, because that can't be a 1 anymore. So that's a 5, and that's a 1. These are 3 and 9. That's not a 5. This is a 3, and that's an 8 by Sudoku. So that's a 9 and an 8. This isn't 8 or 9. These are 1 and 9, actually. These are 1 and 9. So these are... seemingly one of them is an 8, if I believe my pencil marks, and it's that one. That being an 8 makes that a 5 and a 3, which makes that a 9 and a 3. That being a 9 makes that a 1 and a 9. Makes this a 6 and a 1. Makes this, it's got to be middle. So it's 4, 5, or 6, but it's not a 4 and it's not a 6, so it's a 5. So this is the 7, and the last digit of the puzzle is a 6. I really enjoyed the arrow not being able to be 1, 3. The arrow not being able to be 1, 3 was a super cute little discovery as far as like the interaction between 1, 5, 9 and region sum lines. That was cool. Congratulations from Zach and I to all of the 6-betters, by the way. Well done. May all your betting tree wishes come true. But yeah, that was a super cute discovery as far as the interaction between these two goes. I had to say I'm surprised it turned out that both of these were 9. I assumed that these were going to be an 8-9 pair, but they were not. Interesting. Alrighty, let me take a quick break. While I do, I would greatly appreciate it if you would take a minute to like the stream. It really helps people find the stream. We have hit a high viewer mark for a bit, so if you would take a second to just click the like button, it would be great. By the way, if you're new to the stream, welcome. Please feel free to say hi in chat. I promise we're a friendly community. So if you are newer, if you have any questions, let us know. Introduce yourself. And I'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Next up, we have a sandwich Kropki puzzle. So let me go over these rules for you. So white and black dots you'll see a lot. White dots mean the digits on them are consecutive, so they could be 6 and 7, for example. Black dots mean the digits have a ratio of 1 to 2, or in layman's terms, one is double the other, so they could be 4 and 8, for example. And then, in addition to those dots, we have these outside clues, and the outside clues are sandwich clues. And the way that the sandwich clues work is that somewhere in every row of a Sudoku, there is a 1 and a 9. And so these are what we will dub the crusts of the row. And this gives you the sum of the digits that are between the 1 and the 9. So, for example, this could be, say, 3, 6, 8, 7, something like that. These digits sum to 24. So that would work. Okay. So that is our rule set. So I think the first thing to start with is this 33 clue, because I note that the 33 clue, there's only one way to make a sandwich sum of 33. And that way of making a sandwich clue of 33 is to include every digit except 2. And that's because the digits from 2 to 8 sum to 35. Now, that means that if this cell was crust, we've already broken the puzzle, because if this cell was crust, both of these digits are 2. So, indeed, these digits are crust, and we need to make a betting tree. I don't know if we happen to have J here. Let's put a betting tree over... let's see, this looks like an innocuous place. Let's make this the betting tree. But with that comes a 2. And so we get to come out for a 2 dance. Boo, 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 boo. Wahaha! Wahaha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. He jumped over, and I caught him. Good thing. Alrighty, so we get to also say that none of these things are crust. Actually, maybe instead of green and purple, maybe I'll do gray today. Gray and purple, or gray and yellow. I've been liking gray and yellow a lot lately. Let's do gray and yellow for our crusts. So now this black dot only actually has 2 options, which are 3, 6, and 4, 8. Also, a 21 sum is going to be a minimum of 3 cells, so none of these can be crust. A 10 sum is going to be a minimum of 2 cells, so none of these can be crust. And in fact, actually, we know what the 21 sum is, because it's going to have to be a 21 sum in 3. And so the 21 sum is going to have to be a 6, 7, 8. And cleverly, you can't put a 21 sum... Sorry, the setter has suggested this as a betting tree. You can't put a 6, 7, 8 across a Kropki dot, because none of those have a ratio of 2 to 1. So in fact, this is the crust. This is not the crust. And these are my 6, 7, 8. And these are my 2, 3, 4, 5. And that one's not a 2. Neither of these are a 5, because you can't put a 5 on a black dot. Neither of these are a 3, because 3 only goes on a black dot with a 6. And so therefore this is a 4, and that's a 2. Oops. And then I can't remove the right digits. So we've got that all going on. This can't be crust for the kind of funny reason that if this was crust, I would be saying that these 2 cells sum to 10, but they're consecutive, so they can't. So that's not crust. I should be coloring my crusts, by the way. Maybe I should actually just do it by coloring, actually. I can make that the blue crust. Just for sake of it. Let's see. If these were fine, that would be fine. That could be blue. But not by uniqueness, it can't. Oh, no, it could be. It could be. Never mind. Okay. I probably can do something with this 24 clue, because 24 is a minimum of 4 long, so I could never make this crust, because if I make the center cell crust, the longest my sandwich can possibly be is 3, so that's never crust. And now if I make this crust, the longest I can make my sandwich is 3, so that's never crust. So one of these 2 is crust for sure. But I don't yet know the color of the crust or anything like that. Okay. So chat's point, this is a bit of a team effort, is that if this is crust, then I need my outies here to sum to 8. So namely, I would need these 2 cells, or these 2 cells in another cell, potentially, to sum to 8. But that's not actually possible, because this cell's at least a 6. This cell would be at least a 3. That's not going to work. So in fact, this cell is the blue crust. And all of these cells are gray. So that is a very good spot. And so this 27 clue, again, my outies need to be 8. And so this can't be crust. Oh, maybe it could, but it couldn't be crust if it's a 9. I bet that's going to be the deduction later. But 27 certainly needs to have at most 2 outies, because I can't do a 3-cell sum to 8. So my crust could be here, but no closer. So none of those are crust, is the point. I know I've got a blue down here somewhere. But I don't quite know what to do with that yet. So... yeah, interesting. Okay. So let's see. Right. Okay. The point is exactly what I was looking at, Gary and C's. I can't put a 9 on this dot, because if I put a 9 on this dot, then where am I going to put it? Well, I'll either put it here, in which case I'll have an 8 here by dot and an 8 here by math. That's not going to work. Or I put a 9 here, in which case I have an 8 here by dot and a 0 here by maths, neither of which works. So the crust here is a 1, so this is in fact a 1-2 pair, which for some reason I cannot write. And therefore, blue is 9 and yellow is 1. And so therefore, this 10 sum is 2, 3, 5 exactly. Oh, I knew that already. I should have known that already. So one of these is 2, 3, 5. I don't think I know which is 2, 3, 5 yet. I don't believe. So either, but one of them is 2, 3, 5. And so the other one is a 9, or a digit that's not a 2, 3, or a 5. Whatever that happens to be. So this digit can only be a 6 or an 8, I believe, is Chameleon's point. But the point is it's a 6 or an 8, so it's not a 2, 3, or a 5. Very smart. So these are a 2, 3, 5, which actually lets me fill in that this is the 3 and the 2 and the 5 and the 9. Very well spotted there. So that is a 3 and a 5. Oops. No. Back up. That's a 3 and a 5. These are the rest of them. That's not crust, by the way. These are not 1, 2, 3. One of them is a 4. They're not 5. And then we still need a 6, 7, and an 8 to round out the column. Yes. 6, 8 not being 2, 3, 5 was a complicated deduction, but we got there eventually. Let's see. So one of these is crust. 9 in box 7 is definitely in one of these 2 cells. Do I somehow know it's not here? My outies here sum to 11. So if I put my 9 here, I would need my outies of... I would need a second 3, right? Yes, that's the problem. So if this is a 9, then my other outie for the row... Well, my other outies for the row, however many there are, have to sum to 3, but I can't make a sum to 3 without using a 3 or a 1. So therefore, that can't be 9. Therefore, that is 9. I don't think this can be 1 either, because if this is 1, I think we run into exactly the same problem. Because if this is a 1, again, then I'd put a 9 maybe over there. That's actually even worse. If this is a 1, I can't even put a 9 here, and I have to make a 2-cell sum to 24. So that's not going to work. So now if I don't make this a 1, now I have to make a 1-cell sum to 24, so that's going to be a big problem. So that is a 1. These are all gray. That's gray as well. These are gray as well. So now that's a 9. 2, 4 works. Okay. So this is a 9. I need these to sum to 11 as the outies of the rows. 35 minus 24 is the math I keep doing. I need these to sum to 11, so I need these two to sum to 6 without using a 1. So the only way to do that is as 2, 4. And so these digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. For the record, that digit's no longer able to be crossed because it sees both the blue 9 and the yellow 1. My 13 sum certainly is not 0 cells long, and it can't be 1 cell long either. So one of these two is the yellow 1 to finish off the 13. I don't think that can be a 1, because if this was a 1, I would need to make these 4 cells sum to 13, but I can't because the minimum 4 cells without a 1 sums to is 14. So actually, this is a 1. Which now means this is not crust. The reason, by the way, why I color these is just because any cell that sees a yellow and a blue is immediately gray. That's why I am doing my coloring that I do for the crust, even though the digits are resolved. Of course, if you have the digits unresolved, then the coloring is helpful because then you don't know which is a 1 and which is a 9, but you can still find some cells that see both. But I think it's helpful even when you, in fact, have both. Okay, so these 3 cells need to sum to 13. I probably don't know what's going on with that yet. If I were to speculate. That's a good point. This digit has to be even. As Josh and Garion point out, because I know that the digits on a Kropki dot have an odd sum because they're consecutive. So one is even and one is odd. So this has to be even. And it's not a 2. So this is a 4, 6, or 8. 8 doesn't work because if this is an 8, I need these to be a 2, 3 pair, and neither of them can be 2. So that doesn't work. If this is a 6, then I need these to add to 7, so they would have to be a 3, 4 pair, which would go in that order. If this is a 4, I would need these to be 9, which doesn't work because I need them to be a 4, 5 pair, and I can't repeat the 4. So in fact, this does have to be a 6 with a 3 and a 4, somehow. So we get all of that. So there's no 4 on this dot, so there's no 8 on it either, so this is a 3, 6 pair. Which means that these are not 1, 2, 3, 4. They are 5, not 6, 7, and 8. To finish off the row there. This is a delight. Yes, this is a very nice puzzle. Jay is a fantastic solver, and that really shows. I feel like people who are truly exceptional solvers set puzzles that feel like this, where there's just this sort of precision to how every clue does something that's really clever or interesting. Like ones like I'm thinking of like JayForty, Playmaker. There's some others where there's sort of this distinct style that shows through. 5, 6, 7, 8. That I really like, and it shows here very well. That is not a 2. That's not a 5 or a 7 or an 8, actually, because there's a 7-8 pair in there, so that's a 2. So no 2 and no 2 there. Let's see. Right. Okay. So Garion is pointing out two things. One of which is I can't put a 9 on this dot because there's an 8 over here. And I can't put 1 and 9 on this dot. So there's a 9 down here. Oh, wait, no, this is a 1-9 pair. Never mind. Sorry, I misunderstood what was going on. I can't put a 9 up here or a 1 up here. So this just is a 1-9. And so these are gray. And these are gray. These are a yellow-blue pair. But by virtue of that, I need at least 2 digits for my 15 sum. I need at most not this many digits for my 15 sum. So we have to look at where the other crust is going to be. It's either going to be a 2-cell sum or a 3-cell sum. So one of these two is going to be the crust that remains. Unfortunately, I don't think I know which color it is yet. If this was the crust, this would be a 5-7-8 triple. But that doesn't work because of this 7-8 down here. Wow. Speaking of, this 6-7-8 has given me a 6 over here. So if this cell were crust, this would need to be a 7-8 pair, which looks fine in the box, but if you look down, that would be a 7-8 triple in the column. So, in fact, this is my crust. So this is blue, and this is yellow. And this is gray, and all of these are gray. And that's gray. It's 1 and 9 and 1 going through there. Very good spot there to Mario. So we've got that. These being 3, 6 have removed 6 from this cell for whatever that's worth. Probably not a whole lot, if I'm being honest. One of all of these is a 6. Let's see. So what are these cells? That's probably a good question. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are from 3, 4, 5, and that's the 5. So that's not a 5. That is that 7, 8, but that's probably not going to do me a lot of good. But it does tell me that by Sudoku, one of these digits is a 5. And so if one of these digits is a 5, it's a 5 and 2 digits that add to 10, which can't be 5 and 5 because we already have a 5. So it's a 5 and either a 2, 8, a 3, 7, or a 4, 6. And it's not a 4, 6, actually. Because the 4 is in the box, and it's not a 3, 7 because the 3 is in the box. So there's no 7 involved. So the 6 in the column is up here. That's one of the things I would like to observe. And these are either a 5 with a 2 and an 8, or a 5 with a oh no, that's just it. It just is a 5 with a 2 and an 8 because all the other ways are gone. So this is a 5 with a 2 and an 8, and that's the 2. And these are the 5 and the 8. Somehow I thought there was another way left, but there was not. I think probably because I was forgetting that 1 and 9 just don't even exist in this puzzle. So we get all of that. So these are from 3, 4, 6. One of these is definitely a 6. These digits are a 2, not a 2. Try again, Zeta. 2, 3, 4, 5, a 6, and a 9 for those purposes. Conveniently, this can't be a 6 because there's a 5, 7, 8 triple in the box. Wow, so this is not a 6. So therefore, this is a 6. That is a very good spot to chameleon there. So therefore, that is an 8, and that's a 7, and that's a 5. These are not 5 anymore. This is 2, 3, 4, or 5. Well, it's not 5, so this is from 2, 3, 4. So the only odd digit that can possibly be on this is a 3. So one of these two is a 3. This is the other of 2, 3, 4, by the way. This one's not a 2, though. So there is a 2 on here, and so the only place for the 2 is there. And so this is the 3 or the 4 that's next to 2, so it's a 3, and that's a 4. So none of these are 8 anymore. Uh-oh. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, so I don't have a place to put 8 in the column, but I was making exactly the same mistake I made in the previous puzzle. There already is an 8. So this is a 3, just for the row. These aren't 7 anymore, so they're a 6, 8 pair. So this digit is odd, and it's not a 9, so this is a 5 or a 7, in order that it be consecutive with the 6 or the 8. Let's see, if this were a 7, that would be a 5. That all seems fine. This is a 4 and a 3. Oh, the 27 clue is done. That's a good point from Jay, because the 27 clue, remember, needs outies of 8. That is an 8. So therefore, this is my yellow 1, and this is my gray nothing. So that sorts out the 4 and the 2 down there. Very good spot. So that makes this cell gray, which makes this cell yellow. So we have that. I think all of our clues are done. I could be wrong. Let's see. That's a good spot from Gary. And if this is a 7, then these 4 cells are all from 6, 7, 8. That's too many cells from 6, 7, 8. So this is either 4 or 6. So this is 3, 5. It can't be a 7 for the same reason. If this were a 7, that would again be too many 6, 7, 8s for the row. I always like it when that deduction comes up. I don't know why, but that one tickles my brain in the right way. So this can only be a 3 or a 5, which I thought was going to do something, but I don't see what it does. Probably does something, but I don't know what. I suppose I know by Sudoku one of these two is a 3. Okay, what are these cells? Let's fill those in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, those aren't 6, so therefore that is 6. Okay, that'll do it, because that 6 sees up and makes that a 3 and a 6. And that 3 looks up and makes this a 5, which does not tell me anything about this digit. But hey, it looks like progress. These digits down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they are a 7 and an 8 as well. And that gives me a 5, 7, 8 triple in this column. So these are the remaining things, which are a 2 and a 4, which have to go in that order. So no 4 over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's what these are. So those are a 6, 8 pair. So that's a 5. We have an octuple in row 7. That's a good point. So this is just a 4 to finish off the row. These digits are slightly more congested, I suppose. Well, I know one of those is a 5. Nicholas has a good way to maybe clean this up, which is, where is the 3 in column 1? 3 in column 1 needs to go here. How am I doing on 3s overall? I have 8 of them, it looks like. If I have 8 3s, I probably know the 9th one goes there. So I've got all of those. So this is my last 6, 7, 8 for the... This is my last 6, 7, 8 for sure. Okay. 6, 8 in row 3 looks right. Aha, the 6, 8 does look right, making that a 7 and a 4, making that a 7 and an 8 and a 6 and a 5 and an 8 and a 6 and a 7 and an 8 and a 7 and an 8 and a 6 and a 9 and a 5 and a 6 and an 8. we can ask Mark for help with the rest of the puzzle. So that is a 9, a 7, a 9, an 8, a 7, a 4, an 8. We should do our coloring before we do our careful bet tree calculation. And so these are all gray. That is blue. The betting tree I can see by the fact that I have a yellow and the blue in the box is gray. And therefore we can calculate the betting tree as 1, 2, 3, 4 is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a really neat puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. I don't think I've done many Kropki sandwich combos before, but that was a very elegant puzzle. I enjoyed it. Alrighty. Let me go ahead and take a quick break, and then we can come back, and we've got time for another puzzle, or 2, or 3, we'll see. Be right back. And we are back. And I will echo what Tristan says. Our community really is awesome. We really do enjoy getting to hang out with you all. It's been very cool sort of building this together and getting to know you all. It is a very neat experience. I am the... Oh, Screaming Ice Cube donates $5 in celebration of Tristan's work in his first Sudoku stream. I will second that enthusiastically. We'll get you a big donation dance for... Thank you so much, Screaming Ice Cube. Really appreciate that. I too am looking forward to when Tristan streams again. I briefly started to say streams again, and then was like, no, do I mean screams? When Tristan screams again? And then my brain got eventually caught up, but my poor brain got confused. But yes, that was a lot of fun, and I'm sure you will all get more Tristan. See, but my brain was trying to say stream while I had the word scream in text in front of me, and that's too much for my little Zeta brain to handle. All right. So, I mean, they're only one letter different. So, anyway, I mentioned that the previous puzzle reminded me of a Playmaker puzzle. I was like, you know what? I haven't done a Playmaker puzzle in a while. I wonder if I have any Playmaker puzzles. And what do you know? I've got some Playmaker puzzles. So here is a Playmaker arrow/killer. In killer cages, the sum of the digits is the number at the top left. And digits can't repeat. So I need to make these 3 digits sum to 17, and these 2 digits are not the same. Of course, these 2 digits aren't the same, because that's how Sudoku works. If you're not familiar with how this works, it might be helpful to you to note that if you use this software to solve it, then it will actually, if you click on a cage, it will tell you all of the options. So this is all of the ways to make 17 in 7. But maybe more interestingly, you might click this and you might find out that there's only one way to make 24 in 3. Which you could math out for yourself, but you don't have to, because the software will do it for you. So that is worth noting as you go into this. Arrows record in the circle the sum of the digits along the arrow. So, for example, if these were a 1, a 4, that was not a good 1 and 4. If these were a 1, a 4, and a 2, this would be a 7, because 1 plus 4 plus 2 is 7. Alrighty. I think Tristan is much better at reading some of the things. Ooh, we got an anonymous $50 donation. Oh, thank you to the donator. We'll get a big donation dance for that. Waha! Wee! Whoa! Oh, thank you so much to the anonymous donator. Much appreciated. Thank you, Zach. All the more herring for Zach. Yes. Yeah. I love how the Zach herring thing has become a recurring thing. When Memerister did a Setter interview with me, there were many questions for Zach, including his favorite flavor of fish. So his favorite flavor of fish he revealed during that interview was herring. So people are now very excited to get herring for Zach. Alrighty. So those are the rules. These short arrows, by the way, they look a little bit weird, but of course the sum of this one cell is this one cell. So it's just saying that these two things are the same. So let's start with the thing that we learned from the cage, which is that 7, 8, 9 happens to be the only way to make 24. Also, a length 3 arrow where all the digits see each other needs to be at least a 6. but I kind of suspect that if this is a 6, we make this box, we break the 9 cage. Because if this is a 6, maybe not, actually. We might just be able to make it work. Okay, well, we know the sum of all of these digits, actually. So there might be a little bit of algebra that we can do here, because I need to make sure that these digits sum to 23. And so these digits sum to at most 8. And so if these digits sum to at most 8, I need these digits to sum to at least 23 minus 8 is 15. I need these digits to sum to at least 15. Okay, well, if these digits need to sum to at least 15, that is a very good restriction here. Because if this is a 6, these digits sum to at most 11. If this is a 7, these digits sum to at most... These digits sum to at most 13. So in fact, this can only be an 8 or a 9 in order to make that work. It's probably going to have to be... And so even if this is a 9, then I have to come down here and think, okay, there's probably also some restrictions. Like, both of these digits have to be pretty small. Because even if this is a 9, remember, I need these cells to sum to 23. Sorry, not those cells need to sum to 23. So these sum to at most 8. Plus 9 is 17. I still need these to be at least 6. So this is always at most 3. And if I do it the other way, if this is a 9, these sum to at most 8, so that's 17. So these need to sum to at most, need to sum to at least 6. So this is also a 1, 2, or a 3. Okay. And we want to try and do the same math up here, where we look at this cage sums to 21. So these all sum to 24. So these sum to at most 9. So 24 minus 9 is 15. So these need to sum to at least 15, which is exactly the same thing we got down there conveniently. And so if these need to sum to at least 15, we need this to be an 8 or a 9. Let's see. And now, if this is a 9, the most these can sum to is 17 plus 21 is 38. I need these to sum to at least 7, so this is a 1, 2, 3. And I bet it works out the same way the other way, but I just want to be sure. These sum to at most 9, plus that is 30, plus that is 39. So these need to sum to at least 6, so this is also forced to be a 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have all of those. And very smart from Anti-Knight. If we look at what that does via box 3, this is the kind of geometry I just love, as people who have done something like Pastiche that I set will have noticed. I can't put a 9 in a 4-cell 14 cage because that it would be too big. And so, nor can I put an 8 in it because that would be too big. And so these two digits are in fact different. They are an 8-9 pair. So I'm just going to mark that by putting that in the grid. Oops. By making one yellow and one purple. By the way, is there a betting tree? Has anyone done this puzzle who could look for a betting tree? Otherwise, I'll just pick one. But we will look at that. Also, this 26 cage. Oh, I guess it needs an 8 or a 9. Doesn't necessarily need both. But yeah, so we sort of know, because I can't put an 8 or a 9 in the 14 cage, I actually know that purple goes in one of these cells, and I know that yellow goes in one of these cells. I don't know that that's going to be immediately useful. Oh, wait, 8 can go in a 14 cage. Never mind, sorry. 8 in my brain, 8 plus 6 was 15. 8 can go in there if this is 8, 1, 2, 3. That probably breaks for reasons. But it's not immediately broken. We just know these aren't both 9, is what we know. Oh, but we do know that they can't both be 8. Because if these were both 8, there would be a 1 in the 26 cage. Because if both of these arrows have a 1 on them, we're already broken, because the 26 cage cannot have a 1. So they really are an 8-9 pair. But I didn't justify it well. We justified that it couldn't be 9-9, but it can't be 8-8 either. And the 9 arrow is a 2-3-4. So we have a 9 that's a 2-3-4. And then we look at that, and so then what's the 8 arrow? The 8 arrow now can't be itself a 1-3-4, because if the 8 arrow was a 1-3-4, then we'd have a 3 and a 4 in the 26 cage, which you'll see is not an option. And so, in fact, the 8 arrow is a 1-2-5. So we have a 1-2-5 and a 2-3-4, which means there is a 2 in the 26 cage, which means the 26 cage has to be 2, 7, 8, 9. That's awesome. So this is 2, 7, 8, or 9 to make that work. So that was a fun little adventure. Oh, good spot. These two cells are the same, Anti-Knight points out. And so those two cells see the entirety of this 7, 8, 9. And so we actually get, as our first digit, we get a 2. And we get to bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Yes, that was very cool. Okay, so we get our first digit of a 2, and we get a second 2 up here, which means that neither of these cells is a 2. Yeah, we that's 2 dances in a row. Don't get those very often. These two are a sum to 10, which is interesting. This digit has to be lowish, because it can't be 7, 8, or 9. So it could be, I bet it's going to turn out to be 6 and 4, but we'll see. Okay, good spot. Okay, so Martin now says we should look for hidden triples. Because where is 7, 8, 9 in this column? And the answer is 7, 8, 9 in this column can only go in these 3 cells. So these are 7, 8, 9. And in this row, 7, 8, 9 can now only go in these 3 cells. So these are 7, 8, 9. That is gorgeous. I love that sort of geometry trick. I think that's very cool. You will like one of my puzzles that I made recently, if you enjoyed that trick, because I used that trick extensively in one of the puzzles I set recently. So this cell's a naked 6, is Anti-Knight's point, because it sees 7, 8, and 9 in the row and column and box. And remember, it sees a 1, 2, 5 arrow and a 2, 3, 4 arrow. So this digit can only be a 6, which is slick. So we've got that. So now so these two digits add to 10, but neither of them can be a 7, 8, 9. This one from the row and this one from the box. So the only way of doing that is double 5 or 4, 6, but double 5 would break the rules of not repeating digits. So these have to be a 4, 6 pair. Good spot to someone in chat who said that. Ilm said that. Good spot to Ilm. Going on there. Okay. Okay. It is true again, the thing that I started to do up here, which is that purple definitely goes over here and yellow definitely goes over here. Oh, no, it's not. It's not. Sorry. Because this could still be 1, 2, 3, 8, as far as I'm aware. Now, there's probably a problem with it being 1, 2, 3, 8, but I don't know what it is yet. We will let that go for now. Do I need to color these 7, 8, 9s? That's possible. Let's see, row 9, column 6 is not 2 or the box 9 math breaks, says FJam. So here's how this works. So these cells have an even total. If I add in those cells, it's an odd total now. If I add in these cells, it's still an odd total. So the total of all of these is odd, but the total of the box is 45, so that is odd. So now the total of these two cells is even, and therefore they must have the same parity. That is FJam's argument. So therefore these are a 1-3 pair. We might be able to do exactly the same thing up here. The total of these is even. That's still even. That's odd now. So that's even. So yes, we could do exactly the same thing up there. So we have our sort of 1 and 3 dangling out there. Okay. Do I know if these 1-3s are the same 1-3 or different 1-3s? I do not know. As of yet. Where is 2 in column 1? It can't be in this box with a 2, and it's not 7, 8, 9, or 1, 3. So now the 2 actually is on this. Unfortunately, there being a 2 on the arrow, and the same thing in the row, unfortunately doesn't reveal the secrets of the universe immediately, because, well, both of these have a 2 on them. Contemplate this. So this is a 9 without a 2. So this is a 1, 3, 5, is the point, because there's only one 9 that doesn't have a 2. And so this is always 1, 3, 5. So definitely a 5 here. So this can't be the 8. Because if this were the 8, remember the 8 arrow is a 1, 2, 5, but I have no place for the 5. So this is the 9, and that's the 8. And so this, therefore, doesn't have a 1 on it, so that's a 3. And this is a 2, 4. 2, 4. That's not a 9, and that's not a 9. These aren't a 9, so therefore that is a 9. So that's not a 9. While we sort of bounce around all of that. So this is an 8, so it is a 1, 2, 5, so it doesn't have a 3 on it at all. So those are a 2, 5. There's no 8 there, no 9 there. So these are a 3, 4 pair. And these are a 1, 5 pair. To make all of that sorted out. Martin points out that 7, 8 pair sorts out this 9 and the 7. So now this 10 cage doesn't have a 2 in it. And by the way, if you've not yet seen this, you can do this sort of clicking, and it doesn't have a 5 in it either. So the only thing this cage can be is 1, 3, 6. So these are from 1, 3, and 6. So we've got that. But I know what the sum of these is if I think very carefully about math. Because 21 plus 7 is 28. plus 8 is 36. So these two need to sum to 9. So they need to be a 3, 6 with a 1 there. Okay. I can do the same thing, exact thing over here. These are 22 plus 6 is 28 plus 9 is 37. So these need to sum to 8, and so they don't involve a 1. And so that is the 1. Okay. So I believe we got all of that sorted out. Let's see. So these digits are some things. Do I want to fill these in? I'm not quite sure. So 1 is definitely now pushed, and 3 are both pushed into the 14 cage by Sudoku. There we go. Per Garian. Just Sudoku-logically, there's a 1 and a 3 in here. And so I have a 1 and a 3, and then 2 digits that add to 10. So those are either a 2, 8 or a 4, 6. Which means there's no 5 in here ever. So 5 I can pencil mark like that if I would like. Let's see. Is there something I know won't work? Oh yeah, there's no 9 in here either. Because if there was a 9 in here, it would need to go with a second 1. And no 7, because the 7 would go with that. So 7 and 9 are both not in here either. But the 9 actually comes up here and becomes a 5-9 pair. Very good. So if I look across the row now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's certainly not a 9. That one's not a 9 either. Oh, actually, none of these are 9 because there's a 5-9 pair. So I've got that going on. So yeah, I do know that there's a 7 sort of pencil marked here. Let's see. Okay. Got all of these various 7, 8s kicking around. I know that 9 is in this row. Okay. Martin says this can't be 1, 2, 3, or 8. Can't be 1 here, can't be 2 here, can't be 3 here. Trying to see how I know it's not 8. Oh yeah, we never actually found the betting tree. I'll just put down a betting tree here. We'll just try to avoid that cell. No 8 by the 24 cage. Oh, right. This arrow, I keep screwing this up. This arrow sees the entire 24 cage. And so Martin's point, which is very beautiful, is that if the sum to 10 here was a 2, 8, these would be 1, 3, 2, 8, but this cell can be none of 1, 3, 2, or 8. So it's not. So it's a 4, 6. So this is 1, 3, 4, 6. So this cell is 1, 3, 4, 6. But even Sven knows it's not a 1 or a 3. So this is a 4 or a 6 going there. And so 2 and 8 both live in this column. So we can sort of corner mark 2 and 8. I know that's not the 8. So these cells are not 1, 2, 3. They could involve a 4, but not a 5. They could involve a 6, but not a 7. But not a 7. Oh, I just know it's 2, 7, 8. Why am I bothering with all of this nonsense? It's just 2, 7, 8. I'm just being silly. So these just are 4, 6. That's just the whole story of life. 2 and 8 going there. So that gives me a 4-6 pair in this row for whatever that might be worth. Math Pesto suggesting pencil marking these rows that I know a lot of stuff about, like this one, for example. I still need a 3. I still need a 4 and a 6 and a 5. And then I've got the 7, 8, 9. So these are from 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's not 4 or 6, though. That one can only be 3 or 5. Let's see. Well, this definitely has a 4 or 6 in it. So it's not any of the ones that don't have a 4 or 6. But that unfortunately still leaves lots of options. Row 7, I don't think I can pencil mark just about anything. Row 7's a mess. I only have like 4 digits that I can't put in row 7. I do know that one of these two is the 1 for row 7. But I don't think I can do anything with that immediately. I don't know which of these two 4, 6s is that 4, 6. I don't think. Oh, interesting. The 12 cage. So Stephen points out the 12 cage can't have a 1 because neither of these cells can be 1. And so actually, it either has to be 2, 4, 6 or 3, 4, 5. Let's see if we can figure out which. So it definitely needs to have a 4 in it. Oh, it can't have... Do I know it? Oh, right. It can't have... Oh, could it have a 4, 6 there? So if this were a 4, 6 and that was a 2, does that immediately break? Oh, right. This Chameleon points out this 4 is already sort of pencil marked up here. So this being a 2, 4, 6, that's not a 4, 6. So this would have to be a 4, 6 pair. It would have to go 6, 4, 4, 2. Unfortunately, I don't think that breaks yet. Or this could be a 4 with a 3, 5. Would be interesting. Right. Both ways of making this 12 cage have a 4, and neither of these cells can be 4, is Chameleon's point. And so this is always a 4, regardless of anything else that's going on. I think Anti-Knight was also starting to explain it to me when I didn't seem to be getting it. So that 4 looks down and gives me a 2 and a 4. So that is not a 4. Okay, so these are either a 3, 5 pair or a 2, 6 pair. Those are the options. But this can't be 2 or 6. And if this can't be 2 or 6 by that, then this can't be a 2, 6 pair. So this is a 3, 5 pair. So there's my 3, 5 pair. And somehow this cell can't be a 3. So that's a 5 and that's a 3. And that's a 5. These aren't 5. Welcome back to both of you, Sarah and Ambrose. I hope you're having a good day. 9 and 5 and not 3. Are you enjoying as much snow as we are enjoying, Ambrose? No 2 over here. Let's see. So now these only have a handful of options. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, not 7 or 8, because I've got a 7, 8 pair, and 9. And this one can't be 1 or 6, so this just is the 9. So this is 1 or 6. And that's 1 or 6. These digits are from 2, 7, 8. That one's not a 7. Let's see. Here I know that there is no 2. There is no 3. There is no 5. So my options here are thusly. Oh, and there's no 9. Okay, so the point is I know what this is. Oh, I should have known what this is because it's literally just what's left in the box. Well, I feel silly, but that's okay. 1, 6, 7, 8. Go in there is the point. This isn't a 7 or an 8 because of the row. So this is the other 7, 8. So that gives me my 7, 8, 9 in this row. Which I probably could have had sooner if I'd have tried harder. This row, do I know anything interesting about this cell? I don't think so. Let's see. Okay, so let's just pencil mark this while I'm at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 4. This isn't a 1 because that one would see it. So these are a 7 or a 9. To get that. Unfortunately, that doesn't quite give me the whole 7, 8, 9 business. Let's see. No one of these two is a 4. Martin says this being a 7 doesn't work. Why does this... So do I need to just try all the options? So if this was a 7, these could never be 1, 9. They couldn't be 2, 8, because there's a 2 down there. They couldn't be 3, 7, of course. And they couldn't be 4, 6. Okay, yeah, it's right. It's super weird. But because of the 4, 4, 2, 2, looking at this... and there's a 1, 1 looking at it somehow as well, although that's less obvious. So that must be a 9. And so we already know we can't have a 2. And we know also we can't have a 1. So therefore these are a 3, 5, and we know the order. Making that a 1 and a 5. Making that not a 1. Making that not a 3, which has made this a 3. Let's see. Bye, Ice Cube! All right, so these are a 2, 7, 8 by the row. Alternatively, they are all 9, whatever you want. Not a 7, not a 2. That's a 7, 8 pair in the column. So it makes sense to ask where 7, 8 are in this box. And so there are 3 places where 7 and 8 could go. Does something immediately break if these are a 7, 8 pair? That seems like the kind of thing that would break. But I don't see why it would break. I know one of these is a 9. Amy points out. You got an hour behind, Sarah? That's amazing. Well, welcome back to the present. 8 in box 2. Looks left. So the point is that's not an 8, and that's not an 8. So one of these two I know is an 8, so that's not an 8. Okay, right. So therefore that is an 8. So this is a 1, 6, 7, or 9, but it's not some of those. It's not a 7 because of the 7, 8 pair. It's not a 1 because of the 1 in the box. So this cell can only be a 6 or a 9. 9 in box 1. Do the box 1 arrow. Oh! Yes. I was like, but I've done all the arrows. The box 1 arrow I did a long time ago. What's going on? Yes. Okay, there we go. So that's a 9. So that's a 6. That's a 1 and a 6. These are a 7 and 8 pair now, just because there's no other place to put them. So that's a 2 and a 7 and a 2. That's a 7 and a 4 and a 1. And a 6 and a 4 and a 3 and a 4. Let's enlist Mark's help. So that is a 3 and a 4 and an 8 and a 7 and a 9 and a 2 and a 3 and a 6 and a 3 and an 8. And a 2 and a 6 and a 1 and a 7 and a 7. I filled in both of them that time. You'll be very pleased. 3. That is a 7 and an 8. That is an 8, a 7, and a 9, and an 8. This is a 7 and an 8. This is a 1 and a 5 and a 6 and a 1 and a 6 and a 5. And the betting tree is a 2. We've had a very 2-y day, but congratulations to all the 2 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I feel like this actually worked out to be a pretty good betting tree. I didn't know what it was. Maybe all of you did. It's possible. Very nice puzzle, Playmaker. I really enjoyed that. The placing the sort of hidden triples of highs or lows is always very cool logic to me. I enjoy that quite a bit. Please do not make me place like a 4-7-9 hidden triple or something, but the 1-2-3 or 7-8-9 hidden triples can be very fun. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back, either with a puzzle I think will be not too long, or 6x6s. I haven't decided yet. We shall see, but I will be back shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. We have a nice little Niverio, well, nice looking, I should say, little Niverio killer here. So this is just a pure killer, so all we do is we have the sums of the digits in the cages, and the digits can't repeat, so we'll recall about that. I know Simon did this one quite some time ago, but I decided to let it wait a bit. I usually try and wait a few weeks after Simon does it so that everyone has completely forgotten everything. But we shall see. We need a betting tree somewhere. I did ping Niverio, so it's possible that Niverio will give me a betting tree. The thing I'm seeing right away is that, for example, this cell is going to have to appear in the 19 cage. And that shows up over and over across the grid, where this is going to have to show up there, because it can't repeat in its own cage, and it has to show up in the box. And I don't yet see the thing I'm supposed to get out of this, but maybe it's going to give me, a system of equations or something. I'm not sure yet. Let's see. I'll put the betting tree here on a provisional basis. We could look at the secret. And see that these cells sum to 39. And so that would be... No, that's 49. Sum to 49... 50 plus whatever this is. They sum to at least 52. And so if they sum to at least 52, this digit has to be at least a 7. Whereas over here we have the other way around, which is that now these only sum to 34 plus 6 is 40. And so this digit, in order to get us over, if all of those only sum to 40, this digit, I guess, now needs to be big, because we need to get to at least, 47, because this can't be a 1. So we need to get to at least 47, and we're currently at 34. No, we're currently at 40. So this has to be a 7, 8, or 9 as well, is the point. So that's 2 7, 8, 9s. That's pretty interesting. Let's see. What about up here? All of these cells, I have not done this math yet. 26 plus 12 is 37. Wait, doesn't that mean this digit has to be at least 9? The minimum sum of these cells is 46. I think this is just a write-in 9 from the very beginning. Let me do that math again just to convince myself it's true. So 12, 27, 38. And I need to get to at least... so this is an 8 or a 9? I think this is an 8 or a 9. And so this is a 1 or a 2. Because in order to get to 46 from 37, I need to add at least... In order to get 46 from 38, I need to add at least 8. Okay. So this is an 8 or a 9. Okay, what about over here? So now 23 plus 15 is 38. Plus 13 is 38 plus 13 is 51. So the sum of these is 51. But, and I get to add this to it, but in total, they need to sum to, at most,
50.
sorry, my brain did not succeed at this arithmetic. 38 plus 13 is 51. So these cells sum to 51, but these cells sum to at most 54, which is 45 plus 9. So if these already sum to 54, then that says this is a 1, 2, or a 3. If I did that correctly. Okay. So we've got all of that filled in at least. And let's see. So now I've got like all of these like very, very minimal, sort of like almost the bones of triples and these sorts of things. Well, only one end is restricted, right? Or am I wrong? Okay, let's mark the other one. Maybe I am. Oh, you're right. This one is restricted. I agree. Okay, so sorry. In my head, only one of them was ever restricted, but I can also mark this is Garian's point. So again, these sum to 51. Plus this cell is at most 54. And so if I'm going to get to 54... No, I'm doing this wrong. Sorry, I did not do this right. Okay, so these sum to 51. Let's see. This is sum to 51. And the box sums to 45. 51. Yeah, so so what's the minimum that this can be, given that these cells sum to at most 50 sorry, I keep confusing myself here. So I did this successfully over here. Somehow now my brain is just being difficult about it now. So again, these cells sum to 51. So I need to get at least 7 over 45 is the point, because if I add this, I do that. So I need to add 1, and so this has to be at least a 7. Thank God. Okay. So that is what is going on there. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. Okay. Because the point is I need this to be big in order to get the total up to enough. You can think about it in terms of differences, but that to me is even more confusing. So yeah, so there are similar pencil marks down here. So so these all sum to, again, 40. And so the maximum they're ever going to sum to, once I add... Oh, wait. Wow, my brain is not doing this well today. These sum to 40. And so the point is... and these sum to 45. So the difference between these is 5. So I need this to be 5 less than that, I guess, is the elegant way to see this. 2, 3, 4, or at least I think 2, 3, 4 is the right answer anyway. Let me just double check this. So these sum to 40. Sorry, these sum to 40. So these sum to 40. And so if I add this in, no, it's these sum to 40. Sorry, these sum to 40. And I need to get them to sum to... well, and I can make them sum to at most 49. That's the point. Can make them sum to at most 49. And therefore, this is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. That's the easy way to see it for me. The maximum that this can sum to is 49 because of this digit being able to be at most 9, like every digit in a Sudoku. And so therefore, this is at most 4. Okay. Yeah, this is not at all complicated. My brain is just making it more complicated. Although for me, the way chat thinks is the easy way to see it is even more complicated than the way I'm doing it. My brain is just not doing it the first time. I mean, I don't think it's you specifically, Niverio, if it makes you feel better. I think I overcomplicate all puzzles. At least the majority. Okay, so... now what are we doing with all of these things, is the question. Because I pencil marked all of these, but it's not clear to me what it did. Oh, this one still needs to be pencil marked. So again, these cells sum to 40. And so these cells sum to a maximum of 49. And so, therefore, if these cells sum to a maximum of 49, but those sum to 40... no, I did this wrong again. No, 50. It's 50. These cells sum to... it's minimum that I want to do. These cells sum to a minimum of 52. So these sum to a minimum of 52. No, it is the maximum I want to do, isn't it? Is it the max or the min? I'm again confusing myself. I got it and was super happy over here, and then now I have to do it the other direction again. And now my brain is hurting again. Let's see. So, again, these sum to 51. So, these sum to 51. So, oh, 50. These sum to 50. Okay, these sum to 50, and the most they can sum to is 59. The least they can sum to is... sorry, the least all of these can sum to is 52. See, I think I might have to think about this in terms of the difference, even though it somehow confuses me. So these are 50. So I think this needs to be 5 less than this. Is that the point? I think this needs to be 5 less than this. So I think this is a 2, a 3, or a 4, but it's not a 4. So this isn't a 9. Okay. So we have some more pencil marks going around. Okay. What is the easy way to see this? I keep trying to find this easy way, because I keep finding it, and then I keep not being able to reproduce it. Because I want to say that this cell is small, so I want to ask myself what the maximum all of these cells could sum to is. And the maximum all of them can sum to is 59. No. The maximum they can sum to is 54. That's the easy way to see it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, thank God. Okay, the way I wanted to see this is the maximum these can sum to is 54 because it's 45 plus 9 at most. And if the maximum they can sum to is 54, then the most this can be is this appropriately. Okay, that's the way I wanted to think about this. Okay. I understand the difference way, but the difference way doesn't click with my brain as well as that. But I was maximizing this the wrong way to get the thing I wanted. Okay. So now what should we do? Well, it's 53 now because now I've removed 9 from this. But when I was doing the argument and was having a hard time finding the argument, I didn't know this cell wasn't a 9. Okay, so we've got that 7, 8, 9. I did see you commenting that you liked Math with Tristan almost as much as Math with Zeta, 11ticles, which made me very amused. Okay, so now what do I do with any of these pencil marks? Is this going to be like a skyscraper or something that I'm looking for with these cells? It's very possible that it's something like that. Yeah, like a Oh, is it going to be like a W wing? It's going to be hard if it's a W wing because I don't know what a W wing is. But I agree the title having the word wings in it is suspicious. Now that Tallcat points it out. Okay, Garion says if I make this a 2, it breaks if I just look at what happens down here. So if I make this a 2, then I make that a 3. Oh, box 3. It's funny, 11ticles, that you mentioned that. I recently made a puzzle where the grid looked exactly like a jellyfish, so I wanted to call it jellyfish, but the puzzle did not feature any jellyfish in the puzzle. So then I had to go back and change that because that was not going to lead to happy solvers. Okay, so it has something to do with this. So, let's see. Yeah, I'm still trying to understand what this 2 does. Is this like, am I supposed to be thinking of this as an XYZ wing or something? It's not quite. So let's see. Okay, so let's just try and fill this in. So if this is a 2 and this is a 1, what does that do? Okay, so now the point is these all sum to 46, but these sum to 27, 38. So this needs to be a 7, but it can't be a 7. How did I get that this couldn't be a 7? I don't even remember. I somehow got that this couldn't be a 7. Or seem to have. Now I don't believe this pencil mark. Did I do the math wrong? These sum to 46. These sum to 27, 38. So this would be a 7. But it's not 11. It's 12. It's 12, Eric. This is a 12, not an 11. Oh, it's 46 minus 38 is the point. So this would be an 8. Okay. So if this is a 2, this is a 1, and this is an 8. And now I can also do the box math over here, and it's going to turn out that this is also an 8. Is that the punchline? Because now these all sum to... I don't know yet. Oh, but I know the sum of these. So these sum to 13, 28, 51. So these sum to 51. And then, therefore, these sum to 53. And so now this is also an 8. Good Lord. So this is not a 2. So we've got that. So now we really do have a Y-wing. This just is a Y-wing. And a Y-wing isn't a wing, I believe, right? A Y-wing is not a wing, is that correct? I don't remember. But anyway, the point is, whatever this cell is, it forces one of these two to be a 2. So if you've not seen this before, the way this works, let's see, let's make a sort of like a hinge up here. Okay, so these are the 3 cells to pay attention to here. A Y-wing is a wing, but an X-wing isn't a wing? Right, an X-wing is a fish. Right. Okay, yes. So this is a Y-wing. Okay. So the thing is, this cell, there are 2 cases. It could be a 1, in which case this cell's a 2, or it could be a 3, in which case this cell's a 2. But in either of those cases, one of these 2 highlighted cells is a 2, and that means this cell's never a 2. That is the point. So this is not a 2. Oh, by the way, this not being able to be something means this isn't able to be something. But I don't remember what. Is it like these 2 have to add to 10 or something? I don't remember what exactly is going on with these anymore. Probably I can just do parity. But this also being something is not this thing. But I don't know what's going on here with this. So it's the difference thing, or whatever. So it's the difference between this sum and this sum is the thing I'm supposed to be calculating. So this sum is 28, 51. So 51 minus 45 is 6. So these 2 have a difference of 6. And so therefore this is not an 8. Over here, these have a difference of, sorry, these sum to 40, whereas these sum to 45. So these 2 have a difference of 5. And so these 2 having a difference of 5 means this not being a 2 means that this is not a 7. Okay. But we have, helpfully, another Y-wing. So this Y-wing, now the thing is, this being a 7 or 9, it means one of these is definitely an 8. And the fact that one of these is an 8 means this is not an 8, which means, good Lord, we finally get a number. This is a 9. And we can do a digit dance. Woo-doop-ba-doop, boo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop, ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop, waha! Very nice. I love the setup of the Y-wings. I think if I could do this with notes, this would be much easier. So the difference I said was 5. Is that right? Or was this the one where the difference was 6? I think this is the one where the difference was 5. I'm just going to assume it was the one where the difference was 5. And what was the difference up here? Was 4 or 5 or 6 or one of those? Let's see. So we got to do this again. 2738. Although this is the one I do different, or I do wrong every time. I don't think I've gotten the one up here correct ever. This is 2736. So this is 9 more. No, I'm doing it wrong again. 2738. No, now it's backwards. These sum to 38. Am I doing that wrong? How is sum to 38? So this sums to 7 more. 7. This sums to 7 more than this. So the difference is 7, so that's a 1, and that's a 3, and that's a 2. These are you do have to do the math every time or have it written down. I just don't have it written down. So here, these are 38, 51. So this needs to be 6 more, so that's a 9. And these are 30, 49, 50. So this is 5 more than that, so that's a 7. Okay, so I think we get all of that is, I believe, what has fallen out of this. And so the point is, now the 9 is in the 15 cage, because I can't put the 9 in this box in the 13 cage. The 9 is in the 15 cage. And so if this 15 cage definitely has a 9 in it, we now the rest of the puzzle, I think, is going to be just use the killer calculator. So it's either going to be 1, 5 or 2, 4. There's definitely a 1 in this 23 cage, though, just by Sudoku. I can't put a 1 in a 2-cell 13 cage. So this has got a 1 in it. The 1 isn't there. Oops, sorry. So I screwed this up. There's definitely a 1 in here. So these are either 5, 8, or 6, 7. It's not 1, 5. Right, it's not 1, 5 because there's a 1 in the columns. This is 9, 2, 4. That is not a 9. And so now if this is not... Let's see. Okay, that doesn't actually impact this at all, unfortunately. Let's see. There's definitely a 4 in the 14 cage over here. There's definitely a 7 in the 19 cage over here. Just while we're marking things that definitely contain things. But the 14 cage can't have a 1 and a 9 because the 9 is already placed. So the 14 cage, in fact, has a 2, 8 or a 3, 7, but I don't know which one. It doesn't have a 9, though. I do know which one because there's a 2, 8 in the column. So this is 3, 4, 7. Because of the columns 2, 8. I can't put both 2 and 8 in this cage. They'd have to both go there. So this is 3, 4, 7. So this is the things that are left in the box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This isn't 1 or 2. This is 5 or 8. Okay, this 19, is there a similar thing going on to what it cannot be? So it's a 7... with either a 3, 9 or a 4, 8. The 3 would have to go here. Or the 4. Oh, but the 4 can't, right? There's no 4 in it, is the point. Because there's a 4 here and a 4 here, and they all look at this. So, no 4 there. So, therefore, this is a 3, 7, 9. That's the 3. That's the 3. So, that's the 3. So, this is the 7, and that's the 9. Because of that 3, 4 pair over there. So this is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is not 4 or 6. This is 5 or 8. This isn't 4, I know, because of this up here. So now this 13 cage doesn't have a 7 or a 9 in it, so it's now got to be 5, 8. And so now this is just the rest of the stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oops, I just screwed that up. Not 1, not 6. So the 6 in here places the 6 here. No 6 there. Chat has spotted a 5-8 pair in row 9. So this is a 3. So this cage doesn't have a 3 in it. So it's 2-6 or 1-7, and it's not 2-6 because there's a 6 in the column. So this is 1-7, and I know the order because of the given 7s. So that places a 1 here. Over there. So let's see. So these cells are known. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are... We will ignore the 4 that I placed there, even though there's a 4 literally staring me in the face. These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And these, I think, are going to be interesting because it's going to impact what that cell's allowed to be. These are allowed to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Well, that's too many digits. What did I do? Oh, they're not 6 because there's a 6 over there. So these are 2, 3, 9. That's not a 2. So if these are a 3, 9, it doesn't work because if these are a 3, 9, then that would also be a 3, and that's too many 3s. So these can't be a 3, 9 pair, and if this isn't a 2, they're a 3, 9 pair. So therefore, that's a 2. And so 2 and 3 would put a 10 here. That's not going to work either. So 2 and 9 are 11. That puts a 4 there. That puts a 3 there. So we've got that. So we can sort of continue around the grid. I was right that we were able to get this, but it doesn't immediately seem to tell me what's going on. I know there's a 4 in one of these two cells now. I know there's a 7 in one of these two cells now. Let's see. 9 is placed in box 8. That is helpful. So 9 is placed in box 5. So I can pencil mark this column, although this seems a little bit bad. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 2, 4, not 8, not 4. I do have a 4, 7 pair looking over there, so that's not 4 either. So that is 4. I could have placed that a bit ago with the 4, 7 pair. So this is a 2, a 5, or an 8 for the row. What non-258 digit is going in this? Well, this isn't the 2, because there's definitely a 2 over there. So this is only a 5 or an 8. There's also a... What else? 5, 6. There's also a 6 in here is the point. 9 in box 3. Not in the 11 cage is these people's point. Because if you put a 9 in an 11 cage, you would need to put it with 2 1s, which is not allowed. And the 9 doesn't go up there, so the 9 definitely goes in the 15 cage. So it doesn't go here in particular. So the 9 goes there. And so the 9 needs to go with 2 digits that sum to 6 that aren't 2, 4, because it would break this. So this is a 159. So there's a 159 triple. That places the 7, the 6, and the 1. Over there. Okay, so this 12 cage definitely has a 1, but it doesn't have some of these other things. So this is 4, 7, or 3, 8, but it doesn't have a 3. So these are 4, 7 is the only way that this works, which makes that a 2 and a 5 and a 4 and an 8 and a 2 and a 4. I can just write in the digits that are in this cage now. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is no 6 in there. This 159 looks over here and sorts out the 8 and the 5. This pair is a 2-3 pair. I don't know the order yet. This pair, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7-8 pair. I do know the order on that, though. So that's the 8 and that's the 7, which makes that the 5. It makes that the 5 and the 8 and the 5 over there. That 5 gives me the 9 over there. These are a pair of 6 and 8, which we know the order of. So we've got that. The triple keeps looking left. What triple? I'm not sure what triple Josh is talking about. Maybe Josh is just a second or two behind and I've filled the triple now. These are a 1, a 2, and a 3 for the column. That's not the 3, that's not the 2. Let's see. The 16 cage I know doesn't have a 2 in it. Let's just look. It doesn't have a 4 in it either. We probably can force this cage now is probably the point. It doesn't have a 1 in it either. So it's 3, 5, 8 or 3, 6, 7. It always has a 3. So it's 3, 5, 8 or 3, 6, 7. Well, we can just good lift the rest of the grid. 3, 5, 8 or 3, 6, 7. Funnily enough, all of those digits show up here. 3, 5, 8 breaks row 6. This was 3, 5, 8. That would be a 3, 5, 8 triple. Isabella points out 9 is placed in box 6. I agree with that. Oh. Right. Okay, I get it. So that's subtle. That's very subtle. So the point is this. So if this is a 3, 5, 8 cage, where are the 5 and the 8? And the answer is in the row with a 5, 8 pencil mark. So good Lord, Niverio, that is evil. So this is not 3, 5, 8. So no 8, no 5. So these are a 3, 6, and that goes with a 7. Making that a 5 and an 8 and a 7. I think I would have really liked this puzzle if I'd done this, like, independently on paper. Like, there's this sort of, like, unfair thing that happens where, like, because I try not to write stuff down when I'm streaming, puzzles where I would have written stuff down, I like less when I'm streaming because I try not to write stuff down. And I think this puzzle sort of falls in that category. So this is a 4 and a 7. Which makes that a 4 and a 7. So like puzzles where because my memory is very bad, as you all inevitably know. So puzzles that involve me remembering things without writing them down are a little harder on stream. There's a 3 and a 6 and a 3 and a 6 and an 8. But I did love the elaborate setup of a Y-wing. I like the use of classic techniques like that in puzzles a lot. Yes, guests who could write down notes on the screen would be fantastic. Because if you could just have written like, difference of 5 on the screen, that would be really nice. Let's see. So we've got all the cells except for the betting tree, which is, I was going to say it's a 2, but it's not a 2, in fact. It's a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors from Zach and I. May all your betting tree wishes come true. So really intricate setup here. Like this is quite impressive. Like, this for me sort of falls in the exactly the same vein as the Cogito puzzle, where I wouldn't list it as like a super fun puzzle, but it's a super cool puzzle that I'm very impressed with the skill of the setting to make it work. Like, I am impressed that it exists and was created, and the fact that it all hinges upon these two carefully crafted Y-wings after this extensive use of the secret, and then everything sort of falls apart, and all the cages are so symmetrical. Very neat, very classy construction. Very nice. Yeah, I actually, I know that like most people sort of have a seething hatred of Y-wings. Like, I know that's sort of the standard idea, but I actually sort of, as long as they are clear where they come from, I like Y-wings that come from really unconventional places. Oh, hey, there's a Pentagon. I had not sort of appreciated that that was where the Pentagon was. The Pentagon is in the Givens. Uh, 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 Y-wings are in your top 20 Star Wars ships, says Garion. I can at least see why they're called Y-wings. But yeah, I had not quite seen the Pentagon until now. Sadly, I can't just connect them with a line tool. It's even very roughly a regular Pentagon. The base is a little too long. But spoiler, you're not going to get a regular Pentagon with lattice points. Yeah, I like the name Bent Triple a lot better than the word Y-wing, if I am being honest. Although, then when people talk about bent quadruples, then I get super confused. But I think bent triple is a slightly more evocative term, and it certainly helps you know when you're looking for them. It's much easier because that's what you find. But I definitely understand the bent triples of Pentagon sounds less somehow appealing than otherwise. Yeah, I'm just going back and sort of remembering, like, okay, so we got so the thing we sort of first filled in is we filled in sort of like all of these sort of things with pairs, like that, and that sort of created a Y-wing on... it created a Y-wing on these cells, and at the same time, a Y-wing on, I think it was actually these cells, I believe. Hey, Jovi, how are you? I hope you are having a good day. Pentagon. Thank you, by the way, to both Jovi and Niverio, who've been doing a lot of testing puzzles for me lately. Yes, maybe by saying a Y-wing, we have summoned Jovi by talking about classic techniques in variant Sudoku. I actually really, really like... Jovi tends to use classic logic in variant Sudoku in a way that is not like... It's usually not like, oh, it's a named thing. It's more like, oh, you have to very carefully think about where all the ones are in the grid, or where all the nines are in the grid, or where the ones and twos are in the grid, that make things sort of crystallize in a really cool way. That is a good point. I guess it really depends on exactly what you mean by triple, Jovi. But yeah, the way you find a Y-wing, let me just reset this just so I can explain Jovi's point. The way you find a Y-wing, and the reason why Cracking the Cryptic calls them a bent triple, is that you end up with something like this. I'm going to just put it over there. 1, 3. The way you find it is by noticing, oh, these three cells... all come from the 1, 2, 3 sorts of digits. But Jovi's point is that even though these form a bent triple, as Cracking the Cryptic would call them, there's nothing to stop them from being a 1, 3, 3 at the end of the day. And so it's a little misleading to call them a triple. Though it's also not necessarily super helpful to call them a Y-wing either. But yeah, so but this is the Y-wing logic, and so just sort of to boil this all down to sort of the purest form, this is a Y-wing with this being the sort of hinge of it, and so the thing is one of these two digits is going to be a 3, and so the thing we get to do is we get to cross out 3 as an option from every cell that sees both of these two. And so in this case, I think that's all of these cells see both of those, and these cells see both of them, and so we could remove 3 as a candidate from all of these cells. If you add a 3 here, this is now what's called an XYZ wing rather than a Y wing. And so now the point is either this is a 1, 2, in which case we have the situation we did before, where one of these two is a 3, or this is a 3, in which case this is a 3. And so now any cell that sees all 3 of these can't be a 3, because one of these 3 is now definitely a 3. And that's actually my favorite of the Y-wing variants, is whenever you get to see like an XYZ wing. I believe I only promised to solve your first 3 classics, Tallcat, and you told me you believed I had done that, even though I think I lie, or even though I don't think I did. I think I only solved 2 of them. But I may solve additional Tallcat classics at some point. Yeah, I really don't remember the 3. You have screenshots for proof. I don't even remember, like, I think the first time I learned that there were 3 more than the first 3 was when you told me that I'd promised to solve all 6. But I might misremember. Someday, one of the classics I try and set will actually come out, but setting classics is, like, hard as some inappropriate word. I will try and sort of continue the trend to only have 1 F-bomb per 100 streams. So is a skyscraper a wing, Jovi? Because a skyscraper is also a length 3 alternating inference chain, isn't it? Or is it a length 4 alternating inference chain? I try and understand these words at some points. But then my brain does not always remember them. Anywho, this is probably a good time to wrap up the stream for the day. Thank you for joining me. We had a lot of cool stuff today. Lots of a skyscraper is a fish. That's true. A skyscraper is a single-digit pattern, so it has to be a fish, right? Because any single-digit pattern is a thing. Somehow in my brain, I always think of skyscrapers as being 2-digit patterns, because often they come in 2s, but they are single-digit patterns. Anyway, I'll be back streaming again on Wednesday. So look forward to that. You might get some Tristan streaming, depending on when my final is on Wednesday. I realized I might actually be giving a final during part of stream on Wednesday. So we have that. Anyway, thank you all for joining, and I'll see you on Wednesday, I hope. Or possibly you will see a bit of Tristan. We'll see how it works out. But thanks for watching. Thanks to all of you who support the channel in whatever way you support the channel. If you're interested in supporting the channel, one thing you can do is you can click the join button down below, and then you can become a YouTube member, which gets you like the green name. That's what the green names in chat come from. And then for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. We stream about 50 hours a week. So you can, sorry, not 50 hours a week. Good Lord. We stream about 50 hours a month. Sorry, let me correct that. Not announcing that I'm now going to stream 4 times as often. So if you want to support us, we greatly appreciate Appreciate it. Thank you so much to all of you who do support the stream, in whatever way you support the stream. Please take a second to like the stream on your way out if you have not yet done so. Thank you to those of you who support at the top level. So David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, Andreas, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. It's been great hanging out with you, and I'll see you all very soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.